Hey everybody, and welcome to The Damage. I'm The Damage, so welcome to me. Except tonight, it's not just me. Tonight, I've got 4 of my friends in, and we're going to have an amazing time in the world of Humblewood with a brand new, completely custom campaign created by our DM, Rastavar, called Stonemoss Abbey. I hope you all will really enjoy this. This will be a bit different stream than usual in a couple of ways. One, it's live D&D, not me drawing and not me being bad at video games. Now you get to see me be bad at tabletop games. Entirely new experience, I know. But another thing too is you might notice many of the channel points rewards are turned off. And this is for a reason. During the game, I'm going to have to be paying attention to the game, and I can't be, wearing my hats and doing all these other things. I want to be able to concentrate on the game so that everybody is immersed in it and be able to do that. In the regular art streams and game streams, those will all be turned back on, but for tonight, they're turned off. And another thing that's going to be turned off, unfortunately, is my direct interaction with you during the game. Rather like Critical Role and High Rollers and Acquisitions Incorporated, we players need to pay attention to the game. We very much love that you're here, and we want to share this adventure with you. It's going to be an absolute blast. We're going to have so much fun, but I just can't be breaking out of character and out of the game to interact with what people are saying in chat and things like that. Now, there will be a break right around the half-point mark, so about 2 hours in, we will be having a 10-minute break. During that point, the other players can get a drink, use the restroom, get up, stretch, do whatever they need to do, and I will be here with you, and I will try to catch up on chat and interact and everything like that. So don't think I'm going to be ignoring you. I'm absolutely not. I will be here for you during the break, and then for a good while after the game session is done. But just want to let you know right up front that I really can't just interact during the game. It kind of breaks immersion for a lot of things. So this is going to be part 1 of the campaign. It is a shorter campaign. It's probably going to be 3 or 4 sessions. We're not entirely sure yet. We're going to be trying to do these every Friday night at 6 p.m. Central Time. And I really, really hope you enjoy. I'm going to go ahead and first off say hi everybody. And I'm now looking at the chat here. That is some dice you see in the background. Yes, I have a bowl of them back here somewhere. We're going to be using digital dice for this stream instead of me dropping plastic ones or metal ones, which would probably damage my keyboard. But for everybody, this is their first D&D stream. I hope you really enjoy it. I've only been into D&D for the last 2 years or so I might still make some mistakes. Who knows? But that's kind of part of the fun of playing. But I'm going to go ahead and get us into the game now and introduce my fellow players and our DM. And as we do that, we're also going to introduce our characters. So I'm going to kick off. So let's get on right into the game screen. And here we are. Everybody, you can wave hello there. And
hello.
You are all now live on audio. I'm The Damage. I'm right down here. And I'm going to be playing Captain Nyril Forms of the Perchguard Irregulars. His race is Gerbine, but he's a hare, and he is a fighter. In fact, a scofflaw fighter. So he's always got a few tricks up his sleeve. May or may not quite, play by the rules in proper boxing either. So we'll see. But that's going to be me tonight. Now, next up is going to be the character of Rakah, played by Dow Spoons here, or just Dow. So if you want to introduce yourself.
Howdy, everybody. I will be playing Rakah tonight. I am Tau Spoons. You can call me Tau for short. Rakah is a divine soul sorcerer, and he's a very knowledge-focused character. And I have a few things in mind that I hope y'all will enjoy to give him that Humblewood-type flavor. So I hope that when those come out, it makes people smile.
And of course I was on mute, because of course I am. Yeah.
I was wondering if it was just me. was like,
Nope, it wasn't just you. It's not a damage stream without a technical difficulty. Usually my own fault. So next up we have I'm gonna try to get this right now. Is it Niume? Do I finally pronounce this correctly?
pretty close.
Okay. And she will be playing Keela. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your character.
Hello, I'm Noime. I'm going to be playing Keela. She's a scout rogue, member of the. I have notes. The person I am the note person because I can't remember. Yeah, she's a member of the Ember Guard, and probably going to be trying to keep these boys out of trouble. And that's Ragnar in the background. He will probably try to be interrupting me on a lot of occasions.
Ragnar's a good kitty. And then that's going to bring us to Theron, played by Nomad. So, Nomad, you want to introduce yourself and introduce your character?
Hey, I'm Nomad. I'll be playing Theron. He is a Way of the Kinsei monk, a swordsman of the Stonemoss Abbey, and probably the most likable character of the group, I think. Really the heart of the party, I like to say.
All
Sure.
heart, no brains.
And finally, we have our amazing DM, Rastavar. He's my best friend. He's a mod here on the channel, and he has put together this adventure we're going to play tonight and given me a bunch of characters to draw, some of which were way too detailed.
Yeah, a couple of them kind of got away from me, but yeah, I'm playing everybody else. And I'm really excited about the game and excited for you to all be here to share it with me. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us for this game.
Alrighty. So I'm just fine-tuning everybody's audio here. Come on. Just a touch. There we go. Sorry, it's always a little bit of a trick to get a stream set up with multiple people. But yeah, we are going to be go ahead and kicking things off. So, Rastavar, let me kill the music too. Aha. Now it's just going to be Theater of the Mind and Theater of Images too, probably. But if you want to kick us off, Rastavar, go for it.
Absolutely. So, before the fires of the great calamity, there was peace in Humblewood, and a spirit of cooperation between the tree-born birdfolk and ground-dwelling humblefolk. Brave explorers set forth to discover new lands to cultivate and prosper. Looking to the west, they found a fertile valley of maple trees crowned in fiery reds and golds. The explorers called this land Embershire. The first settlers of Embershire carved out villages, farms, and vineyards, and the land welcomed them. But then came the fires. Storms of lightning, torrents of flame, strange and terrible monsters. Half the valley was consumed, and what remained was stricken with famine. In these darkest of times, no help arrived from Humblewood. The people looked to Colonel Rustwing of the Perch Guard, whose duty was to protect Embershire and all its inhabitants. But Rustwing unwisely took into his counsel a crafty serpent who promised wisdom but brought only madness. His mind poisoned by the serpent's words, the colonel became a tyrant, oppressing and enslaving all in the name of law and order. In the midst of this misery, a starving farmer named Tristan received a vision from the great Gaspard, which led him to a mystical sword buried in a field. With the power of this sword, Tristan the warrior led a rebellion against Rustwing and his serpent advisor, defeating both of them and casting their fortress of stone from the boughs of the Riven Willow. Thus the people of Embershire began to rebuild together, wing and paw. From the ruins of Rustwing's fortress, they raised an abbey that would serve as a center of community, a beacon of learning, a bastion of defense, and a monument of peace. This is the story of Stonemoss Abbey. That's the short version, anyway. There's a great more detail in the Abbey records. If we weren't already so close, I'd have brought a few volumes to read to you. It's the beginning of summer, and the trees overhead are not red and gold, but emerald green and full of life. A narrow road cuts through the forest, carpeted with soft twigs and leaf litter. And walking on the road are 3 figures. The one who has just spoken is an elderly Australorp rooster, with a quivering red comb and a dull sheen across his bottle green feathers, wearing the grey habit and green sash of an Abbey monk. This is Copernicus Quill, chief scribe and recorder of Stonemoss Abbey. He's speaking to a tall figure walking beside him in much finer-looking robes, an esteemed traveller from Humblewood, the first to visit Embershire in many years. Dow Spoons, would you like to describe Rakaw for us, please?
Absolutely. Rakaw is a fairly tall, relatively speaking, corvum. Feathers are all black with the exception of a small patch of white on the very back of his head, and that patch is very similar to like a symbolized type of flame. He's dressed in robes they kind of end in a tunic, no actual pants. There's an orange underrobe with a hood, and then there is a vest overrobe that is more of a brown type. He walks with a staff that also has a symbolized flame, but this is like an orb crystal type instead of just a pattern, sitting atop the staff. And he also carries a small number of pouches and satchel with some books hanging off of it and so forth. And his stride is fairly measured because as he's walking, he's always casting about, looking at his surroundings for things that seem of interest to him. He does hear the abbot speak, but he's only partly in tune with what's being said.
I'm much looking forward to adding what volumes you can supply to our own records. And of course, an exchange of information. I would be happy to scribe some of our works for you to take back to your own home.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think the exchange of information is always a good idea. It has been some time since anybody from Humblewood or Alderheart has been out this way, to my knowledge.
As these bird folk are walking, there is a slight rustle in the underbrush, a short distance off the road, unnoticed by the 2 scholars. But the third figure is instantly on alert. And Nuime, can you please describe Keela?
Keela is a gray, brown, and white falcon. She's actually very short. She is a pygmy falcon, so she's not exactly of the height of what would most raptors would be. She's clad in the leather armor of the Ember Guard, has a little pin. It's a little maple leaf where the leaves look like flames, and it's red. But kind of covering all of that is a rather large red scarf that looks more like it's for comfort of a personal nature than actually against any sort of weather inspired, especially on a nice day like today. And while the recorder's been talking, she has probably heard his stories many times, or if not him, others like it. So kind of tuning that out while constantly scanning the horizon or any of the nearby. And so when that actually happens, her eyes immediately lock onto that point, and she puts up a wing, making the others halt.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Go. Go, little dice, go. Ooh.
Oh, we are off to a hot start.
Well,
So
I'll take that over the second one that accidentally went.
all right. Oh, wow. Yes.
Yeah.
So you recognize the drumming footsteps of a giant centipede that is skittering its way, having been disturbed out of its hiding place. Now, when I say giant centipede, I mean about 3 to 4 feet long. These creatures have a poisonous bite that definitely can be dangerous, but they tend not to attack large groups and usually can be easily frightened away. You've encountered plenty of these, and you know them as a pretty pedestrian hazard of the wood. It is bursting out of the undergrowth and is about to cross your path. What are you going to do?
I don't think Keela's going to immediately attack it, knowing that if they probably just let it be, it'll just continue on its little way. It's not aggressive towards us. And she's hoping that her is enough to keep Raka from doing anything silly.
Raka is going to quickly grab a little quill and grab a little book from his side and kind of step off to the side of the path, trying to give clearance, but also like furiously trying to make some quick notes in an empty page.
All right, and as you hold everybody up, this centipede skitters across the path, finding itself exposed. It rises up and sort of waves in the air, trying to get its bearings, and it realizes it's being confronted with 3 creatures much larger than itself. Definitely much more than it wants to take on. It doubles back on itself and then skitters back out into the forest. Now, it's kind of strange to see one of these out in the open. They tend to be nocturnal hunters.
It's rather odd.
How so?
Don't normally see them during the day. Normally they're out at night.
Interesting. Are there many in these parts?
Depends on your definition of maybe, or many. Well, not tons, but not little. Kind of somewhere in between.
And encountering one of these is pretty much equivalent to encountering a rattlesnake. Definitely a threat if you are unwary or incautious, but if you leave them alone, they generally leave you alone too. And you have seen a number of the fauna of this forest, a lot of supersized insects, the woodhoppers, giant grasshoppers that sort of fill the role of deer in this ecosystem. There are predatory beetles that chase them down like wolves. There are dragonflies that 3 feet long that flit through the branches. They're just, ordinary sights for someone in the wilderness in Embershire. So as you continue to travel, the forest grows thinner and it falls away into a rolling valley of grassy plains and untamed woodlands. Far to the north and south, you see the land rise up into towering ridges blanketed with dense trees, misty blue in the distance. Down the center of the valley, like a ribbon of glass, runs the Emberflow River on its winding course toward the distant seas to the west. South of the river, the land is vibrant and green. Golden farmland, sighing forests, wisps of chimney smoke from scattered villages. To the north, you see vast swaths of char-black and ash-white, a scarred land beneath stunted trees with strange gray foliage. The Ashlands, Copernicus says, a scar of the great calamity, much like your own scorched grove in Humblewood. Happily, that is not where we are headed. Look! He points with a long, crooked wing to a grassy hill a few miles away, its slopes sprinkled with terraced vineyards and winding paths of dusty brown. At the top of the hill, confusing your perception because of its sheer scale, is a massive willow tree with twin trunks split at a diagonal and spreading wide over the hilltop. A dense canopy of hanging willow switches, each 100 feet long or more, ripples slowly in the wind overhead. Surrounding the willow, looking like a garden fence in comparison, is a winding wall of mossy gray stone with square towers and parapets at each corner. And built into the very base of the willow's trunk, intertwined with its twisting roots, is a sprawling keep of stone arches and stained glass, green-peaked roofs and sunburst steeples, and one large square tower with a crenellated top, from which you hear, echoing from the valley, the long, harmonious chimes of 3 enormous bronze bells. "There it is! Stonemoss Abbey!" Barnabas announces. "And listen, they're sounding the bells to announce the name day feast. Come, Keela, let's hurry. We can't let our guest miss the naming of the season."
Oh, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Let's get going.
So with a strut in his step, the old rooster hurries down into the valley and leads you up the hill toward the abbey. You meet others on the road, some on foot, some driving wagons drawn by giant dozy beetles, some carrying produce or spirits or baskets of bread as contributions to the feast. You become part of the traffic as the road switches back and forth on its way up the hill to the foot of the southern wall, where you find a gatehouse. Towering, iron-banded doors have been opened wide to let in the crowds, while inside, a team of gray-robed scribes are busy tallying up the guests. Standing watch on one side of the gates is a tall, sinewy otter in a shirt of chain mail, leaning on the haft of a long harpoon. Attached to her chest is a fiery maple leaf badge, much like the one Keela wears, but this one is gold instead of red. Keela, you recognize her as Skola Stormweather, a brand of the Ember Guard and commander of the West Watch. On the other side of the gate is a young silver fox in a gray habit and green tabard, resting his paw on the hilt of a longsword. Nomad, please describe Theron for us.
As you said, he's a grayish silver and white fox, wearing the green and gray robes of the Abbey. Really, at his side is a very high quality longsword, probably more so than you would see from any of the other guards around the Abbey. And he's just kind of almost got a lazy kind of look on his face, kind of above it all sort of demeanor about him. But you do notice that ever so often a eye will twitch one way or an ear will kick back, that he's pretty keyed into his surroundings, even though he doesn't feel like he needs to be.
So Theron, you've been watching this stream of arriving guests since this morning. It peaked about an hour ago before the bells signaled the start of the feast, and it's slowing down to more of a trickle, but then you see your calligraphy teacher, Copernicus Quill, along with an Ember Guard scout you've seen around, and a tall raven in strange robes whom you've definitely never seen before. Copernicus approaches you and says to this stranger, "And here's another part of Tristan's legacy. We have at the Abbey a tradition of warrior scholars, equally proficient with sword and pen, though I think young brother Theron here rather prefers the sword. Theron, this is the sage Rakar. He has traveled to meet us all the way from Humblewood." And instantly the buzz of chatter in the gatehouse goes silent, and all eyes are on Rakar. It feels like the temperature has just fallen by a few degrees.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to have someone from Humblewood grace us with their presence. I'm sure the trip here was uneventful. And he kind of glances over at the scout, the little pygmy falcon scout.
Just kind of gives him a look of.
It was a most calm trip, and I thank you all for allowing me guidance here. It is a most interesting place, and I am grateful to be among you.
Rakar is a great scholar from Alderheart. He brings knowledge that can swell our own libraries. I dare say there will be a great deal of scribing to do over the next few weeks.
Yes, we will have many a busy quill.
And Keela, while this is going on, the otter approaches you. Ahoy there, Keela. You've been listening into this the whole way down from the ridge?
Always.
My sympathies. So what news from the south? Any trouble to report?
Nothing out of the normal. Everything's the same. Nothing to speak of. We like it that way.
Absolutely. The west has been quiet as well. Haven't seen a bandit in a pillbug's age. Almost been too quiet, you know? Like something's up that we don't know about?
Well,
Yeah, probably.
we did see one of the centipedes just a little bit ago. Kind of unusual during the day. Didn't see anything that would have rustled them out, though, so...
It's sort of like the whole forest is a little on edge.
Glad I'm not the only one thinking that. But, well, try not to think on bad things, especially on a day like today.
Right you are. There'll be time for trouble later. Always is. Oh, you know, Treya's here, by the way. You should keep an eye out for her, too.
Oh, wonderful.
Hey, why don't you lot all get down to the feast before they eat all the candied chestnuts? You too, Theron. I think I can handle this lot of scallywags myself.
I wouldn't miss this for anything. If we didn't name these seasons, how could we keep track of them? And he's gonna excuse himself and start to head in.
Well, come on, you two. Got you this far. At least we can find a spot to sit.
Lead on, Lady Keela.
So you step out of the gatehouse and onto the rolling greens of the Abbey grounds, still tracking uphill toward the Abbey itself. You see an apple orchard brightly decorated with streamers and banners to celebrate the season name day. The branches are growing heavy with ripening fruit. If you look up, the rippling canopy of the riven willow dominates the sky. And dead ahead is the Abbey itself, a majestic granite edifice built in a square around the willow's trunk. Directly in front of you are the arched main gates, which stand open to admit you into a towering, cathedral-like great hall, where colored light spills through stained glass windows to make rainbow mosaics across the floor. But the crowd is moving through the great hall to the broad stairs at the end, which lead down beneath the willow itself into an even greater cavernous chamber with a floor of shaped flagstones and a domed ceiling of hard-packed earth crisscrossed by twisting and branching tree roots. At the far end is a massive shape that looks like a tree trunk, but really is the taproot of the willow reaching down into the earth, spreading at the base to form a sort of stage before sinking even further into the hill below you. This is Taproot Hall. Dozens of long wooden tables are arranged across the hall, with bench seating full of birds and beasts of all descriptions sitting down to share the summer's bounty. At a glance, you see summer salads of watercress, chestnuts, and dried apricots, wedges of yellow cheese studded with roasted hazelnuts, links of maple smoked sausage and aphid bacon, steaming carrot and turnip flans, lettuce-topped sugar rhubarb tarts. Looking toward the center of the hall, you see massive tables bowing under the weight of even more offerings, loaves of salt and rosemary-crusted bread with tureens of honey and butter, piping cauldrons of soup, mushroom and celery, leek and potato, and the favorite of otters and raccoons, hot root pepper and river shrimp. whole roasted fish with salt-crusted skin and herbed cream and almonds, a spit-roasted stag beetle, far too large for any of the tables, is its shell cut open to reveal enormous cuts of succulent beetle venison. And the desserts, candied chestnuts, spiced apple and damson pies, plum and apple pudding, almond shortbread, maple scones, quince tarts with honey, and a ponderous dome of buttercream frosted seed and barley cake, star-studded with bright red whole candied strawberries. There's a constant flow of guests to the buffet tables to refill their plates, while another staircase swarms with acolytes from the Abbey kitchens carrying dirty dishes and plates up to the scullery, fresh platters of food down to the feast. As you look around, you see that an audience is gathered around one table in particular, where a handful of big, burly creatures seem to be engaged in a contest of eating entire leek, mushroom, and spinach pies. There's a stocky badger, a portly raccoon, a lanky pronghorn, and a broad-shouldered Cooper's hawk, all of them sweating as they labor through mouthful after mouthful. Dwarfed by all of them is a hare in a military jacket who is demolishing pie after pie with incredible efficiency. Mitch, would you care to describe Niral Forms?
Sure thing. So, Niral Forms, or Captain Niral Forms, is a fairly broad-shouldered, somewhat stocky brown hare, very light brown hair, sporting what was once a brilliant red military jacket, which has been faded and worn and patched in a few places, but still very much worn with pride. No medals adorn it, but from the look of this hare, no medals need to. He doesn't need to brag about who he is, although the jacket certainly says enough. For he's a captain. A captain, however, of a order that is not typically seen in Embershire. He's a captain of the Perch Guard Irregulars from Humblewood. Rakah might recognize it, but few others in the hall would. And as he sits there, shoving another slice of pie into his face, he just kind of leans on one elbow, chewing, and looks at the badger across from him and says, "Well, I'm up by 2. Think you can catch up?"
Pace yourself, long ears. There's a lot more where that came from.
I know, and I'll eat it if you don't.
So the raccoon and the pronghorn are stopped mid-bite and just push their plates away. The hawk manages to gobble down another half of a pie, and then you hear a gurgle and his eyes cross, and he just topples backwards and collapses onto the ground in a food coma. And the badger locks dark brown eyes with you, Niral, and reaches for one more pie. Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh no. Oops. Oh, I accidentally did it twice. So
That's okay. We'll take the first one, and if that happens. So with a 12, you are starting to feel the pressure. But it seems like the badger is feeling even more as he's mopping his brow, and halfway through demolishing this pie, he is just unable to eat another bite and pushes it away. Well, I mean, I probably could stomach a little more, but I was really hoping to have some of that beetle. But a bet's a bet. Here you go, Niral. Last of the October ale from the autumn of the early snow. Don't drink it all at once. He lifts a small wooden keg almost reverently onto the table and sets it in front of you with a thunk, and rises to his feet and lumbers off to go take a nap somewhere.
Niral just gives him a bit of a sort of playful salute, then takes another bite of pie while pulling the kind of cask a bit closer to himself, not willing to let it escape into the rest of the feast.
And this, as the crowd begins to disperse, there's this group a little mismatched group of 3 creatures still standing around, seemingly transfixed by the spectacle of it all. That's you guys.
Off to Kilo's right. She kind of hears a bit of a swish beside her, and Theron leans down and goes, "Well, if we were worried about being overburdened with leftovers, Humblewood's got us covered, huh?"
Well, you're good for something at least.
At least.
Rakaa is going to turn to his 2 companions and say, "Tell me, do you have any unique teas in this area?"
And as a matter of fact, you do. So you can recommend some excellent cold dandelion tea, but also rosehip and chamomile, and a great deal of very creative combinations of herbs and aromatics that have made the rounds. The Abbey is famous for its cellar keepers, who primarily are interested in the brewing of ales and spirits, but they also appreciate a good tea. And you can see a very impressive beverage service available also.
Well, it's probably something here to your liking. If nothing else, one of the Abbey folks here, they can recommend something real good.
So I'm guessing tea probably isn't really in Keela's wheelhouse.
No, she's definitely eyeballing the ales as they go by.
Oh yes, and the ales are well worth it. But as you're looking around, Keela, could you make another perception check for me, please?
Okay. Go. Take that.
So you have the small feathers on the back of your neck sort of suddenly flip up a little bit as you have the unwavering suspicion that you are being watched. You look around, and just through a brief gap in the crowd, you see a darting figure with gray wings and banded tail feathers, and then it's gone.
Playing coy, are we? All right then.
"Well, not really. I was just curious about the tea, but if you're not of the type to have tea, then I'm certain I can make do."
Oh, no. Oh, wasn't. Well, was talking to you, then wasn't talking to you.
"Ah, my apologies."
Thought I saw something. No, but why don't I leave you to look at the teas? I'm gonna go get myself an ale, and Theron, isn't it? You want
Yes.
anything?
Oh no, I wouldn't dream of troubling you.
No trouble.
And he's content to just put in the most token effort that he can to all this and be done with it as quickly as possible.
And Keela scampers off towards one of the serving areas and gets herself a mug that's a little bit too large for her. But she seems pretty confident about it. And comes back to the strange case of the hair and his cask.
Nyril
So
has
what-
pulled out his knife from his belt and is actually like carving his name onto this cask so that no one opens it by mistake.
It's a good year. Good brand. Good vintage. Can't say I blame you.
Yeah, it is. It's I'm gonna be taking it home with me while enjoying what else is to offer on tap here. Just making sure nobody nicks it.
Gonna have to keep one eye on it. Lots of people here are gonna be trying to take it.
They won't if they know what's good for them.
Well,
So,
from what I've heard of you, you should be more than capable of guarding a treasure.
well, I'd like to think so. No, I've seen you around before. You're not from this area, but you're around here often, aren't you?
Yep, not all the time. Come from the South Watch, over near Sherwood. That's where I am most of the time.
Well, I'm originally from Humblewood myself, but these days I call Riventree home. It's a good place.
It is. Interesting. First few times I saw you, thought it was just going to be a visitor. Guess you like the place enough to stick around.
You can say it grows on you. He's going to extend a paw for a shake. Captain Nyril Forms. Pleasure to meet you.
Keela puts out a wing, takes his paw. Scout, Keela, Emberguard.
Pleasure to meet you. Now,
Pleasure to meet you.
don't let me keep you from your friends here.
Oh, they're not real friends. Well, not enemies or anything of the sort either. But Racar here, he's from Humblewood. Guarded him here myself.
Nyril's ears kind of perk, and he looks over, rather quickly, and studies the raven, and then is quite sure he's never seen him before. Humblewood, eh? What brings you out our way?
I am on a journey. I am learning, and I will convey my learnings in a book.
Thinking man, eh? Guess I reckon that means you're not part of the Perch Guard.
No, but I recognize the uniform when I see it.
Yeah, well, Perch Guard are irregulars, at least, We don't qualify for the real deal, but we do what we can.
Not to cast any aspersions on this place, but I would imagine it is quite far from the main organization of the Perch Guard. I'm not too familiar with it. I know of it, but I've never been inside it.
It is, but, we'll just say I'm a advanced scout.
Do you actually captain anything?
Not particularly recently. The rank still applies.
Of course, mon capitaine.
Didn't catch your name.
Is he talking to me or Theron?
Yeah. He knows Theron.
Okay.
He's talking to Racar.
Gotcha. I am Racar, Sage of Gesme.
Well, welcome to Stonemoss Abbey. If there's anything you need, I'm sure the brothers and sisters here will help you out.
Everyone has been most gracious so far. I am very lucky.
Pleasure to hear it. And Nyril is just pointedly ignoring Theron.
Not to betray too much attention being paid to this whole exchange, but did Theron happen to catch a bit of a look between Nyril and Racar?
Go ahead and roll perception.
Could have been better.
What do you guys think? I'll let you adjudicate.
Well, I mean, Nyril certainly did look over in a bit of surprise when he heard Humblewood. But again, there's not many people from Humblewood around here.
That's true.
And Embershire is a couple months' journey away from Humblewood. There really has been very little contact between the two lands since the calamity split them apart. In fact, the most direct path has been completely cut off by the Ashlands. Rakaw actually journeyed southwest from Humblewood to end up on the other side of the southern ridge, and then crossed over with the help of Keela. Then they met Copernicus on the road, or somewhere around the South Watch Tower. So it really is a rare event to have a visitor from Humblewood, especially someone so esteemed.
Mhm.
But as Rakaw has found, the name of Humblewood doesn't really play that well around here. Most people just remember that when the calamity struck and the fires came, the figurehead of Humblewood's authority turned into a tyrant.
A quick point of order. Is that something that's been communicated at any point? Or is it mostly unspoken?
I'd say it's been pretty unspoken so far. You know the story because Copernicus just shared it with you, and then you saw when he said the name Humblewood, everybody just stopped talking. Copernicus was completely oblivious to the fact himself.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And as everyone's either getting to know each other or ignoring each other, Kayla has stepped over where that hawk has collapsed to the ground and has taken a seat where he was, and is kind of half paying attention to the conversation and looking out into the crowd.
Go ahead and
glimpses.
Go ahead and make another perception check for me, please.
More perception. Woohoo!
So you do catch as you glance around, you're wary, as if you're on a hunt in the woods. And every now and then you just catch a hint of emotion, a shifting shadow. And then you manage to perceive a sudden rush of motion directly toward you with a high-pitched, throaty screech of Emberguard! And I want you to make a dexterity saving throw with advantage, please.
Dexterity saving with advantage. All right. See what we get here. Oh, thank goodness.
All right, so this another pygmy falcon, a little bigger than you, suddenly is leapt off the table and is swooping in a sort of a kill dive toward you and tries to wrap you around the neck and body slam you down off of your seat. But with that dexterity, because you were wise to it, you are able to do a little judo move and wriggle out and turn the tables on your attacker.
And Kayla just looks kind of where she's helped them to hit the ground and looks down and goes, Kreia?
Keela? Nice one.
Should try a new move. Maybe it might work next time.
Probably that wind touch stuff getting in the way again.
Don't think so.
Oh, well. You have to win one every now and then. And she picks herself up off the ground and dusts herself off, but realizes she's in a little bit of an ale spill, and gingerly shakes off her feathers.
Raka will use prestidigitation to help clean her up a little bit.
Oh, thank you. That's class. Huh. So, they got you on babysitting duty these days.
Well, only now. Was on scouting, like always. Besides, I'm sure the group and the wood are perfectly safe with you looking over him.
Well, I should hope so. Best scout in all the South Watch, of course.
Well, you know, when another one's a little bit busy, keeping an eye on newcomers.
Speaking of, you heard anything from Eastwatch lately?
No. And, you know, Stormweather said she hadn't heard much from him either lately.
Yeah, I was supposed to rendezvous with one of their scouts, west of Shimonette. They never showed. Huh. Probably
Strange.
fell asleep.
Well, you know them East Watchers.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I better fill up on those candy chestnuts, especially before that hare gets a look at them. Catch you later.
Bye.
Hmm.
Keela just kind of like relieved, but also not perturbed too much. But just like, oh, shoot. At the other falcon.
Recall, I assume that conversation was basically an earshot of all of us.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. And it definitely started with a very attention-getting event. So,
Yeah. Upon hearing the bit about Eastwatch not really being heard from or seen from in a while, Recall's eyes will kind of widen a little bit, but he won't say anything.
Sorry about that. She's Kriya.
A little overeager?
Sometimes a little overprotective. Overconfident. Over competitive. Older sister.
As is the way of age.
so you hear. I didn't want to cut you off. You were going to say something else.
No, just
Okay.
sighs and sits back down.
So there is a ripple of activity and attention being drawn toward the stage beneath the taproot, and you hear numerous spoons clinking against ceramic mugs as a familiar to three of you at least figure climbs up onto the stage. A portly owl in late middle age with white feathers streaked with tan. The very kind avuncular figure of Abbot Bartimaeus, the ruler of Stonemoss Abbey, in his green habit and his amulet that signifies Ardea, the Dawn Mother, the chief of the Amaranthine, the pantheon of the world of Everden. And he waves fondly as he takes his position on the front of the stage and then raises his broad wings and then lowers, and the conversation dies down as everyone anticipates his speech to name the season. Brothers and sisters, Honored guests, my dear friends, welcome, and thank you for partaking in this celebration of another turning season. The year has been challenging, from the winter of the frozen carp to the spring of many rains. But I look out upon this bountiful feast, born out of the riches of Embershire and your own dedicated work, and I know there is no challenge we cannot overcome together. Therefore, it is with greatest pleasure that I now name this season the summer of... As the abbot speaks, there is a shuddering groan from the massive taproot behind him, like a tree bending before a mighty storm. And then, like a thunderclap, the bark cracks, and a shape begins to push outward from the trunk, the shape of a face, enormous in scale. A long, blunt snout, deep almond-shaped eyes, a pair of long, spade-shaped ears, and spreading antlers that merge into the canopy of twisting roots overhead. It is the proud face of a stag, rendered in bark, moss, and heartwood, its surface riddled with scars, including a patch of scorched wood that covers the left eye and forehead. Shrieks of panic go up from the assembled crowd, but they are silenced as the face begins to speak. Birds and beasts of Stonemoss Abbey, I am Lorik Thornheart, once Knight Protector of Alkheim. I intrude upon your festal day to deliver a warning. Prosperity has made you complacent. Gone are the days of great warriors and their mighty deeds. I mean to correct this imbalance. 3 days hence, I will come to Stonemoss to take possession of the Abbey and its grounds. With its power, I will raise all of Embershire out of the ashes of the calamity. Welcome me in peace and enjoy my protection. Or take up arms and oppose me, and with your valor prove yourselves worthy to join my cause. Either way, you will be mine. You cannot thwart the will of nature. If you doubt me, look to the east. My messengers are almost on your doorstep. And the face fades backward into the wood of the taproot with another peal of cracking wood. And like a switch has been turned on, the taproot hall breaks into utter chaos. People are panicking. They are shouting and shrieking. Parents are desperately looking for their children, trying to gather their families back together. A few have, in their panic, start to shovel food into hats or into hoods, prepared to just make a break for it. Everything is chaos. What do you do?
With everything kind of, going nuts right now, and just watching, everyone kind of doing, I guess, what you naturally do when you're freaking out. Theron is looking for anyone who is running, but more in a, okay, we've done our thing, we need to get out of here type of way, instead of oh my god, what do we do type of way, if that makes any sense.
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check. You look around, you see the abbot is definitely looking shaken, but is trying to do his bit to restore order. You see a few others with Ember Guard badges are trying to form a perimeter around some children who are at risk of being trampled. You also see at the top of the stairs leading out of Taproot Hall, there is one of your fellow Abbey swordsmen who is shouting down and pointing quite frantically back in the direction that he's just come.
Can I see what he's pointing at?
He's pointing out of the Taproot Hall.
Theron's immediately going to take off.
The rest of you, what do you do?
As chaos erupted, Keela got from the seat and actually hopped up on the table to get a better look around. And seeing Theron take off is kind of tracking him to see where he's headed, because one of the swordsmen of the Abbey, in that much of a hurry, means that's something worth paying attention to. And the rest of the Amber Guard seem to are doing the best they can. And she's only small, so she doesn't want to get trampled.
As everything went down and the face emerged from the taproot and all that, Niral's first response was to look over at Rakaw, because he was the new element to everything. But as he didn't see Rakaw seeming to do anything to cause it, he looked back and listened, trying to see if he could place this face anywhere, but I don't think he can. And then as chaos ensues, he is going to stand up and watch as Theron heads out. So he's going to grab that cask of ale under one arm and give chase with his cutlass still attached to his belt on the other side.
DM, do I recognize the spell that was cast to make Thornheart's image appear and speak?
Make an Arcana check.
I thought you'd never ask.
So you know magic very well. You know about the capabilities of magic beyond what you can do in your own quite formidable powers. You have not heard of a spell that allows someone to manifest themselves in bark like this. It certainly could have been an illusion, but it wasn't. It was an actual presence coming through the taproot of the Riven Willow. This is a strange and exotic power, an ancient power.
Rakaw, during the speech, Rakaw is basically realizing this and trying to connect a few dots. And then when the panic breaks out and everybody starts heading towards the one particular exit, Rakaw has grabbed a book. He's jotting down a few notes, and then he starts strolling after people. He finishes his notes, stows his quill, slams the book shut, and starts to stride much more quickly.
So Theron, as you sprint your way up the stairs, having to dodge other people who are just trying to run at this point, you catch up with the ferret, who is still wearing his sword, lower quality than yours, and is looking very panicked and pale around the ears. And he's saying, wagons hurrying up the eastern slope. There's something in pursuit of them.
Okay, all right, I've got it. And he's gonna take out and see if he can see what this guy's talking about.
All right, the rest of you, do you follow along?
Yep.
Yeah, at this point, I think Keela has probably, not to be show off so much as efficient, probably took a hop and actually has glided to where those stairs, to where Theron is, just to avoid the melee, the mess of people. Not trying to show off.
All right. So as you make your way out of the Abbey proper and across the lawn, and you can see the eastern wall top, there are some lookouts that are waving frantically at something over the wall. You can either, there are stairs leading up to the wall tops, and there's also a gatehouse directly ahead that you could run through. Do you want to take the high road or the low road? and this can be an individual decision.
Kayla would definitely go high.
Nyrel's going to take the low road and deposit his cask right there by the gatehouse.
I am going to say Theron is... Sorry, I'm checking something real quick. I'm going to say Theron's going to go low as well.
Okay.
Rakaw, being a fellow bird, would go high.
All
Although,
right.
Going through the gatehouse, because that's where there's usually some manner of watch or guard. I think Nyrel's going to snag a shield from one of the racks.
Yes, so there definitely is equipment here on the at the gatehouse. You see a few suits of armor, but at this time, yeah, I'm guessing. So one question: I'm guessing Nyrel probably wasn't wearing his armor to the feast, or was he?
Well, I was going to say earlier, if anybody ran into him in the hubbub and they ran into his front, they would go clang.
Okay.
He does have his breastplate on under his jacket. He is almost never without it.
All right.
Theron didn't wear his armor.
Of course.
And Kayla was on the job, so she's got ours.
All right. So I'm going to move you over to the eastern wall. As those of you who are down below, you rush through the gatehouse, you pick up what supplies you need, and you can look out the open front gates down the rolling hillside, and you see a pair of wagons being dragged by some pack beetles. The wagons look like they have been through some rough times. There are gouges in the wood, spokes missing from the wheels. The drivers of the wagons are bent low and haggard, and you definitely see something pounding through the trees behind them at their heels. Those of you who are up high, Keela and Rakaw, you see some movement in the trees, and it looks for a moment like it's the trees themselves that are moving. As, in fact, there is a group of creatures that appear to be made of plant matter. You see two large wolf-like creatures composed of tangled moss and thorny vines, and clinging to their mossy backs, a number of small gangrel creatures that appear to be made of bleached driftwood. Also slinking through the underbrush, two very tall, lanky creatures covered in wicked-looking barbed thorns. And they are giving chase toward against these two wagons. And I would like everybody to please roll initiative.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I didn't select my little person. No, I
Select your
forgot
tokens.
Oh, I didn't.
to do it.
I didn't
I-
Of course.
Oh,
there we
This
go.
wasn't alone. Yes.
I'm sorry, DM. I forgot the token selection.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
I forgot to do it too.
Fortunately, I only have. Oh,
Yeah, it's
I
only
was
a few
terrible.
of us.
all right. Nyrel was 7.
I mean, I could re-roll if you really want.
Oh,
Yeah, I wouldn't.
no, that's
I wouldn't
okay.
mind.
Now that I've selected my token.
Uh-huh. All right. So first up in the initiative order is going to be this wolf, which is going to dash up toward this cart. and is going to try to bite into the side of it.
Oh no.
And amazingly, somehow, it's you see that its jaws snap, but the driver was just able to veer to the side and was able to avoid any serious damage. Theron, you're up next.
Okay, are we on the ground of the gatehouse? Or on
Yes.
we're on okay. So we can just sprint out then, right?
You can.
Okay. Can we can't see all this going on. We just know that there's a big commotion out there. The ones that are up on the wall can see.
They have a better vantage on it all, but you can still see from your vantage point. There's enough of a slope downhill that you can see over top of these wagons, and that something is chasing after them.
Gotcha. All right, he's going to go ahead and sprint out. Let's see. 40 feet will put me right here, I think. If I'm measuring correctly. Yeah, white dice roller. And then just taking the dash action. Can I dash up this right here?
Yeah, so that is actually a downhill. So that's about a 5-foot drop right there. You can clear that without any problem, but it would be difficult terrain to move up that distance.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take the dash action and give me another 40 feet to here. And going to go ahead and just draw my bow and have it ready.
Okay, what are you readying for?
Just having it out. Just having it out. That's going to be my turn.
All right. Keela, you're up next.
Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to get closer, but I don't think I have to. If I'm going to try and take shots at these with a crossbow. I'm going to move, though, a little bit. Just to the other side of Rakah. And... the wolf would be undercover, yeah? Because I got beetles in my way.
I would say that'll be half cover, so an additional +2 to its AC.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go for that. Why not?
Okay, go ahead and take your shot.
Okay. Meh.
Unfortunately, you overcook it a little bit because it's downhill. It goes overhead and into the forest beyond. Anything else you'd like to do with your bonus action?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
On initiative order 10, the wagons are going to move.
Well, that's helpful.
And there's going to be an opportunity attack from the wolf. It's not rolling well tonight, so that again misses. All right, Rakah, you're up.
Is the top of the parapet at least 10 feet off the ground?
Yes, it's about 20 feet off the ground. And then the hill it's a steady downhill where it's shaded, or that's where it's generally steeper. So you're looking at going to where Theron is, getting mixed up with another campaign. You're looking at probably an elevation drop of about 40 feet.
Okay. I think after Rakah takes in the scene, What he'd like to do is step up to the edge of the parapet, spread out his wings after quickly stashing his staff in a little holster, and he's going to jump off and glide up to his movement speed off the wall.
Cool. Ew. I have cat aggro. Hi.
All right.
Ragnar.
I think that's right.
Okay. So I believe this is the first time I have played using a glide ability. So I believe that does mean that you are on the ground now.
Yeah.
But you do have the anywhere where the ridge looks like it's 2 tiles wide is another 10-foot drop. So you could do that again if you wanted.
Well, it only allows me to travel up to my movement speed, and that's 30 feet. So I've hit my movement limit for this turn, at least.
All right.
I wonder how it would work in combination with dash.
I believe you can dash while gliding. I
Mm.
definitely would. I mean, it's totally on brand for Keela.
Cool.
He's not going to cast anything or hold any actions at this point. He is just continuing to monitor the escape of the wagons, and if he can aid them in any way, he's going to figure out how.
All right. Nyril, you're up.
Alrighty. Nyril is going to dash out. So let's see, it's going to be. So we get a total of 60 feet. Well, it's going to take him out to here. Doesn't have quite the range that Theron does. It's about all he can do.
All right. Next up is this thorny boy who's going to use his action to dash all the way up to try to get in and join into combat. This one also dashes to close the distance. And this wolf is going to dash right up into the middle of everything, and the three little blight creatures on its back are going to start chucking some sling stones. So we're going to have one against Theron, one against Nyril, and one against this cart.
Oh no.
So against Theron, that's a nat 1. So that's not going to do anything.
Misses.
Nyril, that's a 22 to hit.
Oh, yeah, it's going to hit.
Oh.
All right. And that will deal 5 bludgeoning damage.
Owie. Oi, he's closer.
The other one chucks a rock at the nearest wagon, and you see it knocks a hole in the siding, which is already looking pretty rough. And next up is going to be this wolf, which is similarly going to rush up and take a bite at the cart. The wolves are not rolling well tonight,
I'll take it.
but its payload of blights are going to jump off onto the cart and begin tearing into it with their claws.
Now, are these like trying to think of how I want to word it. Basically, these are kind of carts that would have people inside or would have like stuff?
I mean, carts are carts. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Sure thing. If I'm allowed to. There we go.
With the Nat 1, would she think that they're Mario Karts?
Yes. Yes, you would.
From where you are right now, it's hard to tell. They're covered in awnings, and what you don't see much movement from whatever's inside, but you see a lot of desperation. Excuse me, from the drivers. So two of these blight creatures managed to tear into that awning, dealing 7 damage.
Ooh.
All right. Next up is Theron.
All right. How tall were these wolves again?
These wolves are probably about 6 feet high at the shoulder.
Okay. Those are big old boys. So as he's running down, and this one like comes bounding up, kind of almost happens a little quicker than he was anticipating. He was getting his bow out and realizing that's probably not the best weapon to have at this point. He's actually gonna instead of breaking his momentum, he was gonna keep going forward for another 40 feet and actually see if he could, very much to his chagrin, do a slide and kind of go between the wolf's claws and come out the other side and land over here. Couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself. You're shimmying underneath. All right.
Pretty much.
So yeah, you can do that. You're not leaving its you are going to pass through into and out of the melee range of one of those blights riding its back.
Well, I was going to land right here.
Okay. That's
well,
fine.
yeah, I guess I would. The far one over there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, but if you're going underneath its front, that one is on the back. It's not going to be able to reach through the wolf to get at you. So you go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics income. Oh, that could have been better.
So yeah, you kind of do a Joe Flacco slide, and your feet catch in the uneven rocks, but you manage to scramble and just barely avoid getting absolutely biffed in the face with one of the wolf's feet, as it's still scrambling around to come to bear on its prey. But you do manage to complete the maneuver.
And as he's coming out the other side, he's basically dropping his bow, and he's starting to pull his sword, but he really doesn't have enough. He can't really make an attack with it yet. So he kicks out and does an unarmed strike, and just like kicks the wolf in the back leg around the knee as he's coming up.
22 will hit.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah.
For 4 damage. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you hear a snarl for your efforts. Go ahead.
And as he's coming up, he's going to take another, basically another kick as he's kind of squaring into position with his bonus action.
Unfortunately, it is you're still recovering your balance. You're not able to get the other leg to bear.
Yeah, and he wasn't super committed to that one because he's mainly getting his sword out in front of him now and dropping more back into a defensive stance.
Alrighty.
So he'll have agile parry up now.
Okay.
So he's got a +2 to AC.
Nice. Keela, you're up.
All right. Keela's going to glide off this just to get a little bit closer. And come to a stop right there. That's just movement. And we're going to take aim at this little thingy on top of the cart there.
Alrighty, go for
We're
it.
going to shoot with the crossbow. Oh, yes.
Oh, dang. All right.
Nice. Nat 20.
And we'll go ahead and throw damage at it. Now, the only question is, do I get sneak attack? Because would the cart be considered?
It is engaged. So, yeah, this arrow, the bolt actually goes straight through this thing's center mass and carries it off of the cart. It goes tumbling over top and down the hill, and it lands and just splinters into a million pieces as that one is off the table.
Goodbye. Excellent.
Nice.
And let's see here with my bonus action. Just gonna come a little closer. No dash, I can get farther into the group, but I'm just gonna kind of come up to that spot. And yeah, that ends my turn.
All right. Raka.
Raka sees Keela pull off her expert aim and her feat of expert aim, and he nods in appreciation, and then he starts walking measuredly, kind of trying to parallel the cart while also getting a little bit closer to it.
Okay.
So I think he's going to be about there. And when he gets there, he's going to kneel down and kind of put one wing so that it obscures his beak. And he then unveils it. And where there was nothing before, there is now a little penguin wearing ice skates. And the penguin is going to start skating towards one of the bugs that's on top of the cart, or whatever they are. Is going to do a mighty jump, and that is how Raka casts Ray of Frost.
Nice.
That is awesome. So, which one are you hitting, or which one are you attacking?
The one that's more forward on the cart.
Okay. So, go ahead and roll your attack. All right. That is going to hit. With that, you see that it is, frost bites through this thing's form. You see that it is actually almost completely frozen, but it's just barely able to move a little bit.
Just one point of note, its movement speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
And that is correct.
And Raka is a little bit disappointed that he didn't send it tumbling, but he's no Keela, so he's satisfied with the result.
All right. So I actually missed the initiative order 10, so these wagons are going to keep on moving. This one is going to try to move away from the blue wolf, and in so doing is going to take an attack of opportunity.
Someone yell at those drivers to stop moving.
Yeah, and this time the wolf takes a big chunk out of the side.
Oh, boy.
And Yeah, that was a big chunk out of the side.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
You actually see
no.
a panel fall away, and you see what looks like a Maypack almost tumbles out and is grabbed by other arms inside the cart. They're trying to pull him in out of the jaws of death. And the cart keeps on moving. This driver manages to skillfully avoid, for now, this other wolf, but is sort of puts itself between Nyril and the other wolf. This cart is likewise, it's going to move ahead here and then sort of see its pathway almost completely blocked, and it stops, not quite sure what to do. Nyril, you're up.
Getting bloody way, didn't you? Well, Nyril is going to take advantage of those wonderful, powerful hair legs of his and his racial ability of a long jump. And after moving one step forward, he's going to leap onto the back of that wolf where the three little things were throwing rocks from. And he's going to take a mighty swing at this guy.
Okay. First of all, I want you to make a dexterity check or an acrobatics check to make sure that you can successfully land yourself on this wolf.
Couldn't be an athletics check, could it? He asks, hopefully.
Sure. I'm feeling generous today.
Okay.
Most benevolent TM.
Woo!
All right. With that, you are able to grab a full handful of this thing's hide, and then you actually realize as you're grabbing in, its hide is full of thorns. And I'm afraid you are going to take 2 piercing damage.
Owie.
But
Mitch
you
makes smart
are...
decisions.
There we go. Yeah, you are on top of the thing, and you want to take a swing at the little twig blight in front of you.
Yep.
Yeah, and these things are small creatures, so yeah, how do you want to send this thing to the Shadow Realm?
Oh, it's just going to be a just sweeping diagonal chop, just pretty much just bisect the thing.
Yeah, and as soon as you overcome whatever life force is holding it together, the wood just falls apart into firewood, and it's gone.
It's throwing a rock at me. He's going to shout down to Theron, "Boy, careful, the shop."
Should I have taken any piercing damage for my unarmed attack on the wolf?
No.
Okay.
You're fine there. All right. So
And you know what? Can Nyril just action surge at this point and go for the next one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Alrighty, gotta get
Do it.
do. Boing. Oh, nuts. Don't suppose an 8's gonna do it.
8, unfortunately, is not going to do it.
No.
So the wolf is still bucking around, and you're not able to get the sword blow to connect. All right, these 2 little twig blights are going to keep up their gremlin routine. And that's going to be another 3 damage on this cart. And this wolf, seeing that it's they're starting to get some attention from the rear, is going to bound forward, take a mighty leap up this slope, and wind up right here.
Oh no.
Trying to get up in Keela's business.
Oh. Not nice.
Now, Keela does have a reaction she can take if she wishes.
Ah, I shall. We're gonna try and hit with the crossbow bolt because that's the name of the game today.
I don't think...
Is it too close?
No, it's not a reaction attack,
Mm.
but as a
Oh.
scout, you have some
That's correct.
fancy footwork.
I can get
No.
the heck out of there,
Yeah.
can't I? Yes. You're right. Okay. Half my speed. So let's see here. We'll call it 10, and I'll just put myself back there. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, forgot about that bit.
That's all right.
Alrighty. That's right, I can get away from these things. So you said not being able to do that.
All right, so
You sure you don't want to jump on its back?
No.
that was that wolf. Now it's time for this, the Thorn Blight. I'm sorry, Needle Blight, which is going to rush toward Nyril on the back of the other wolf, is going to reach up and tear a long, wicked-looking spine from its shoulder and then hurl it toward Nyril.
Uh-oh.
That's
19 to hit.
That hits.
Jeez.
Double ones, so that's only 3 damage.
Whew, thank goodness.
Nice.
The other one is going to close. It's going to, not quite close with Theron, and it's going to take another needle out of its side and sort of underarm chuck it at him. 18 to hit.
That's my armor class.
That'll be 8 piercing damage.
Oof.
Yeesh.
Darren kind of confidently goes to parry it and just whiffs, and it. Oh!
So the wolf really doesn't appreciate having something on its back, and is going to try to snap up with its jaws in Nyril's direction.
Uh-oh.
All right. That is a 12 to hit.
That's not going to do it.
So you manage to, you managed to skid out of the way of the jaws, but you notice something as you're still holding on. Theron managed to knock knock its knee out of joint just a little bit, but you see the vines that are making up its form slither down in that direction and bind it up. And the damage that Theron did just seems to disappear as it heals for 5 points.
They regrow, mate.
And the twig blights on its back are going to make an attack, one at Nyril, one at Theron. Nyril, that's an 11, and Theron, that's a 13. I don't think either of those is going to do it.
Nope.
Quick point of order, real quick, too. The attack that I took from the twig blight, could I have used my deflect missiles reaction on that?
Oh, yes, you could have.
What are you thinking about it?
All right.
So let's see. Use your reaction, deflect or catch a missile. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus 6.
Mm-hmm. So it was 8 damage. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that because this is a... Oh, yeah. So,
Nice.
And not only that, I mean, do you have the other cool part of that ability yet?
I do. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend a key point, and I'm going to chuck it back at him.
Nice.
Okay, make an attack roll.
That's cool.
Oh.
No.
Oh, man. Unfortunately, it's such an irregularly shaped thing that you're not quite able to get the grip on it, and it goes spinning wide. However, it is now your turn.
We'll gladly put those 8 points back on the board there.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm up, huh?
Yeah.
Well, seeing now that I've attracted some attention, I'm actually going to move to here, and I think I'll take a reaction attack off this little guy over here. But I'm going to go ahead and, with my sword, just come in with a two-handed strike on this guy here.
All right. So the blight does swing at your back, gets a 20 to hit for 5 piercing damage.
Ooh. So he comes in with the long sword for an 18.
18 will definitely hit. You cut into him good, and yep.
Gonna follow it up. I am going to go ahead and just follow through with the sword and come around with the opposite foot and catch him with a back kick
All right,
for
go
my
for it.
bonus action. These 8s.
Yeah, unfortunately, not going to do it. But the sword actually slices pretty easily through this thing. It is. You have cut basically halfway through its abdomen. It's sort of leaning a little awkwardly, but still holding together.
And that will be my turn.
All right, Keela is up.
Ooh, puppy boy here ruined my plan here to save the people that the little blights are attacking. But I guess since he's here, we're gonna have to attack him. Cause deal with the most threatening thing. That was gonna make no sense otherwise. Alright, here we go.
Oh, man.
Man,
Rolling in them 20s.
I do not get the sneak
that's
though.
20.
No, you don't.
Darn.
Sadly. All right, so, but that is...
11. Yeah, it should be 11. And then I guess doubled.
Yeah.
Do we want to roll again, or do we just want to double stuff? Make things easy.
Yeah, go ahead and just roll another d8, or another... Yeah.
One more d8? Okay. Go! There we are.
All right, 17 damage.
Nice.
I will definitely take that.
That cuts deep into this wolf, and you see it is limping pretty fiercely right now.
Yay!
Anything else for you?
Trying to decide if I want to. Yes, actually, I'm going to take my bonus action of dash. Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I can move double, yeah?
Yes,
dash.
with a bonus action, you can dash and move double.
Okay, we're just going to come to a stop right here. That way I can keep on having a better view of the battlefield below. And yeah, that'll be it for me.
All right, on initiative order 10, these carts are going to move, trying to get away from this this madness.
This isn't madness. This is Stonemoss.
All right. If I was giving inspiration, you'd have one right now. So,
Just need an abyss for Theron to kick people into.
and happily, it is your turn.
Excellent. All right. I am going to see the wolf come right in and leap, mostly focused on Keela. 2 quick questions. Does that have reach? And if so, would I recognize it?
You would not necessarily know just by looking at it.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to, either way, I don't want it near me. So I'm going to back up my movement. Okay, and when I get there, I'm going to prepare another ray of frost. Except when this time when Rakat sort of kneels down with his wing, when he pulls it back, instead of there being one little penguin on ice skates, it's two penguins on a sled. And they are both going to just sort of take off in opposite directions. Like the sled just sort of diverges, and one goes this way and one goes this way. And I'm aiming one attack at the wolf and the other attack at the little slinger that I damaged before.
Nice.
Okay, so this is a twinned
Yep,
ray of
meta
frost.
magic.
The most
Awesome.
adorable magic.
I know,
I
it's
love
so
it.
cute.
All right, go ahead and attack roll for each one. So first to the wolf, and then second the blight. Sadly, that little penguin doesn't find his mark.
Oh.
And the other penguin just does. So are you targeting the one you targeted before or the other one?
Yes.
All right. It just shatters into snow. And it is gone. Anything else for your turn?
As a bonus action, I would like to look at the little slinger guy that he just destroyed and go, "Nice to meet you." Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. Nyril, you're up.
I gave a rim shot to that one, just so you know.
Yes.
Lovely.
Alrighty. Nyril is just gonna go ham on this guy right here with a sword attack.
Yeah, go for it.
Get back to the right weapon and woohoo!
Oh, that'll hit.
23.
How do you want to dispatch this one?
He's going to basically go right for its neck and basically try to flick the head down to fall onto Theron's head with a bonk. Got you back, mate.
All right.
Theron actually drops into a low kind of.
And that's about all I can do.
All right. So next up is this lone blight, which is going to keep on doing its thing, trying to gremlin this cart. And it is just not able to get enough purchase. So this wolf, having been absolutely decimated by that natural 20, you see it shudders and the vines begin to spread into that wound left by your bolt, and it heals a little bit of that damage back up. And it's going to, with a, going to turn and go after Keela.
No.
Uh-oh.
So it is going to take a bite.
Mm.
And that is a 5 to hit.
Oh, thank goodness.
My dice are just something else tonight.
No, and go away, puppy, by the way. He's my get the way.
All right. And it actually still has enough movement to keep after you.
Oh! What?
Uh-oh.
Well, I think
No.
the reaction is used after the wolf ends its turn.
Okay.
Yes.
If I can't remember how
Yes,
it read.
It does say when an enemy ends its turn within 5.
Right.
All right.
Not for you,
Well
puppy.
noted. Yeah, these are new abilities for all of us, so I
Yeah.
definitely appreciate keeping me honest.
Stay, boy, stay.
Bad puppy.
All right.
As Taffer
so
says,
let's
how
see.
wooed.
Exactly.
So this guy here is going to take another throw at Nyril. $11 to hit is not going to do it.
Nope.
So you actually, that shield that you had, you managed to swing it out in time, and the needle actually, I just knocked my laptop. Needle actually thunk, goes halfway into the shield, fortunately above your arm. All right. And the other one that is locked in melee with Theron is going to take a swipe at him with its claws. And that is a nat 20.
Ooh.
Rolled pretty low on the damage, though, so that's going to be a total of 6 damage.
Whew, thank goodness.
So it manages to get a claw in, but because of your you're able to just slightly slink out of the way, so it doesn't quite get the full brunt of what otherwise would have been a pretty devastating attack. All right, and now the red wolf is going to keep on after. Yeah, it's going to try to take another bite at Nyril.
And bad dog. Bad dog.
21 to hit.
Ooh, that's going to hit.
For 8 piercing damage.
Ow.
And its little pet blight is also going to take a swing.
Mm-hmm.
9 to hit.
Nope.
All right. And that brings us back to Theron.
Nyril's very glad that his jacket is red.
So after Theron had kind of dropped low from the little twiggy creature getting knocked off the back, he just immediately got met with a claw coming up and just about tore his throat out, and he just barely managed to get away from it. And kind of catching his balance real quick, he just brings the sword almost, I'm not going to say backhand grip, but just kind of like a two-handed grip coming up, almost like a upward slice at the twig right here in front of him.
All right, go for it. And that's good, because friends do not let friends use backhand grip on longswords. Yeah, that is going to hit. So, and that is just enough to complete the slice you started last time, and you carve this thing in half. Its torso falls backwards and flails for a little bit. Then its legs, still standing up, just slowly topple back over, and it is gone.
And Theron wheels around on the wolf again and just spinning back heel kick as he's turning with a bonus action. And actually, he's gonna do that and follow it up with a second kick. I'm gonna use a key point to do flurry of blows.
Excellent.
So first kick. Ugh.
Nope, that's not going to do it.
Feel like I caught a thorn there. And the second.
Second hit will do it.
Theron's just out here kicking dogs. Dog kicker.
For 5 bludgeoning.
All right. So it is bludgeoned. Anything else with your turn?
That's my turn.
Keela, you're up.
All right. Time to shoot at a very bad doggo. Oh, used up on my good roll.
Aw.
Yeah, it manages to go through the hole that you shot earlier and out the other side.
That is rude.
Shot of a lifetime.
You were trying to do that.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to move anymore. No. I think I'm going to stay right where I am. Yep. That'll end my turn.
All right. On initiative order 10, this cart is going to move its way, just trying to get out of the fray. This cart once again slows down. The other cart slows down because there really isn't anywhere for it to go that is not occupied by enemies right now. And they're just hoping that you can thin the herd a little bit. Racaw, you are up again.
Too many enemies surrounding us. Oh, this is not good.
Mm-mm.
Does the thorn wolf still look hurt?
It does. It definitely has not recovered from that, fully recovered from that big hit that Keela laid on it.
All right. Racaw, knowing that he's thinned the herd on top of the carriage at least a little bit, he is going to turn his attention to the wolf, which is now the greater threat. He is going to take a little bit of a breath, so his chest kind of puffs out, and then he's going to do a little whisper. And out of his mouth comes a crow, and the crow travels a short distance, and then it blinks out. And it blinks back in, and there's two crows. And then one of them blinks out, and then it blinks back in, and there's two more crows. And that ever-expanding cloud of blinking crows, whenever one appears, it does a little caw. And when the cloud of crows reaches its target, that caw raises to a bell-like crescendo, and I will cast Toll the Dead.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Nice.
He has cast Counting Crows. All right, go ahead. So that's going to be a wisdom saving throw, I believe?
Yes, wisdom save, and since it's missing HP, it will take 1d12 if it fails.
Yeah, these wolves are not that wise, so that's a 10.
That fails. It's a wisdom 13.
All right.
Oh, come on.
So that is 4 necrotic damage, and as this bell gongs around the wolf, and it's shaking its head a little bit, trying to get this sound out of its ears, you see the growing vines begin to wither and recede, and its healing has been interrupted.
Oh, excellent. It's like a shark patrolling around behind me. It's in the tail.
I think having done that, Racaw, knowing that the card is kind of right next to him, is going to try to back towards the door while still leaving clearance for it to go.
Okay.
I think I can get right here. And that will end my turn.
All right, Nyril, you're up.
Alrighty. Nyril is going to just keep going ham on these little beasties here. It's going to swing at this guy. Oh, dang it.
Mm.
Yeah, it's almost like it's hard to wield a sword while you're on top of a bucking wild animal.
Not that hard. I hit the other two. But, okay. Well, since that missed, he is going to use Second Wind here and try to regain some health. That did not go the way it was supposed to.
You can click on the 1d10. There you go.
Yay.
All right. That's a nice heal.
Yes, it was. Much needed, too.
Throw me
All
one
right.
of those. Now, I thought if Nyril rode that thing for more than 8 seconds, we won.
I mean, I'll get a fancy belt out of it. You don't, but I do.
All right. The
everything.
twig on the back of the cart rips off another section. You can see now, Keela, there are a bunch of people huddled inside it, trying to stay away from the monsters that are attacking them.
Mm.
And Blue Wolf, again, those vines are trying to make that connection to heal it up, but that necrotic damage just ate away at all the fresh growth. And it's still going to charge after Keela
No.
with another chomp. 13 to hit.
Oh, just missed.
Thank goodness.
All right. And this other guy, seeing that
Upper's done. I'm moving. Let's go.
Oh, yes. Go for it.
Let's see here. Yes. Just over there. And that kind of makes me block the carriage, but it's all right. We gotta get rid of this things first.
All right. So this thorny guy is going to try to intercept the carriage and finds himself in range of Rakah and is going to send a thorn your way. And that is an 8 to hit.
Against armor class?
Mhm.
That misses.
I would hope so.
It misses against an AC of 9, by the way.
Yeah. All right. So that thorn splinters against the wall behind you, and the other thorn blight is gone. So back to this wolf, which is now going to try to take a bite at, because it's been having a really hard time getting its jaws around Nyril, is going to try to bite at Theron instead.
Phew.
And that's a 7 to hit.
That will miss.
Yep. And Twiggy gets an 11 to hit against Nyril.
Nope.
All right, Theron, you're up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lean into this this wolf here, bring in the longsword, slicing at that hind quarter. Yeah.
Go for it.
Sorry, I'm being attacked. A war on two fronts.
And I just realized, I mean, you are actually flanking with Nyril, so.
Oh, I will definitely take that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a little better.
Now
Oh, yeah,
got
that'll
the
do it.
thing off your
Yeah.
back so you wouldn't be flanked.
12 with the longsword.
That is definitely a nice hit.
And gonna follow it in, just as the sword goes through, keep the momentum, come around with the foot.
Mm-hmm. That'll hit too.
For an extra 7 damage.
Oh, nice. So it had healed on its last turn, but with this fresh barrage of attacks, you have taken it down even further than it was before. It is definitely looking rough. And that should... Yep.
Yep.
That'll bring us to Keela.
Alrighty. Same song, different verse. After Doggo again.
Hey.
All right. 15 is going to hit.
Alright. No sneak attack despite it rolling. Oh, only 6.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Hmm.
But this wolf is definitely staggered.
Well, not as much damage as I would have liked to do. But I'm also going to use my bonus just to... Well, actually, I don't have to use any bonus. I'm just going to move. And we'll go right here. Get away from everybody a little more. Yep. And, yeah, that's good. Next.
All right.
Go, recall, go.
So the front cart's going to stay where it is. It doesn't want to draw more attention. The back cart is going to try to skirt this other melee that's going on over here. And Rakal, you're up.
Ooh, I am like deer in headlights of 3 enemies. This is not good. How rough looking is the Thorn Wolf?
You can see the vines trying to stitch back together, and you kind of get the idea it's going to need to stitch back together before it can take another step because it is looking very ragged right now.
Okay. I think he is going to reposition to the other side of the door. We'll say there. Actually, let me check the range on my spell real quick. Oh yeah, I could hit any of them. Okay, good stuff. We are going to do another round of twin spell.
Okay.
Casting Toll the Dead twice, once on the wolf and once on the slinger that's still on the cart.
Okay, so first rolling for the wolf as a 14.
Just makes it.
And the twig gets 11.
That fails.
All right. So it has not taken damage, so this will be 1d10, is it?
1d8.
1d8. All right. That is still enough. So these crows surround it and caw in unison, and it just begins to vibrate and just shakes itself apart.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That's good to know. Those things are squishy.
Anything else with your turn, Raka?
Just looking for something I might be able to do with a bonus action real quick.
It's tough for casters.
Yeah, it really is. Even prestidigitation's an action. Okay. That's it. That's all I got.
All right. Got to get that quicken spell going. Nyril.
Okay. Well, since Nyril's having a bit of a hard time hitting the little guy, how's the big wolf under him looking?
It is also looking pretty darn rough. Not quite as bad off as Blue, but you can tell it's shuddering beneath your feet.
Okay. He is going to pretty much flip his cutlass over and try to just drive it straight down into this thing as he's got a hold on it.
All right. Attack with advantage.
Oh, with advantage. Woohoo. Thank goodness.
You are
Dang
flanking. And
Really?
still, yeah,
Really?
wow.
it.
When the dice hate you, they hate you.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
All right. So, it is Blue Wolf's turn, and those vines begin to stitch back together. It is not liking the amount of damage it's taken. It really didn't like that necrotic damage, so it's going to come after Raka.
Ooh.
That's a 5 to hit. My goodness. I think these wolves have hit on one bite so far.
Yeah, on me.
Yeah. Oh, there was one other bite on one of the carriages.
I'm not complaining.
Oh, I don't blame you. Twiggy, or this needle blight, is going to come after Keela.
I've got children fighting behind me.
That's a 20 to hit.
Get in the spirit. 20!
Yep.
Oh, no!
For
That is
12 piercing damage.
Ow!
Ooh.
Owie.
Nasty hit for a little burb.
Ooh. Yeah, that hurts.
She doesn't get, advantage against it because she's small. So
No.
small.
No, too small.
All right. So, and Red Wolf is going to heal a bit. And it's going to try to take another bite at Theron, because that's where the damage is coming from.
Yeah, rub it in, why don't you?
13 to hit.
13 misses.
Nope. And Twiggy is going to take another swipe at Nyril for 11.
Nope.
Brings us back to Theron.
It's working, so we're gonna keep doing it. Gonna come in with the longsword.
And you get advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Can roll again to see if
Just
you get a
see.
crit. Yep.
Oh, so
Abbey's
close.
better. Oh,
So close. And
Alright.
gonna follow it in with the unarmed strike.
Mm-hmm.
Man, 24 to hit. Wow.
Yep, that will hit.
Nice.
Woohoo.
For an extra 5.
It is so close, but still standing. Probably just
God.
on one leg at this point.
That low sword roll.
Yep.
That'll oh, it's so tempting. I can't do it though. That'll be my turn.
All right, Keela.
All right, getting real tired of this doggo. So I'm gonna move here so that way Rakan and I are flanking it. That'll
Mhm.
help. And then I'm going to crossbow. Does that
This will be a straight
advantage?
roll.
just straight?
A straight roll because you're in melee with it. That's a disadvantage.
Ah.
But actually, no. Flanking only applies to
Okay. So let
melee
me.
weapons. So you could.
Well, I could
Well,
actually move out, huh? But I'll
yeah.
roll anyway. But okay,
Uh,
so it's a 10.
Okay. If you're not going to get
Lessons
advantage
learned.
out of it, I have an idea for my next turn that would maybe be better if you weren't
Weren't right there?
in between them.
Well, I can move on my bonus. So
You can. You
Okay.
can,
I will actually then but would I take opportunity of attack?
if you could
You don't
bonus
have
action
to-
disengage.
Yes, disengage, and then I can use the rest of my movements. So
I will say you don't necessarily have to be out of melee range of the
this will
wolf.
work. This
Okay.
works. I think this will work just fine.
Yeah,
Go for
that works fine.
All right.
Keela's like,
And-
you're on your own, bye.
it. Bye.
Raquel is like waving her off.
That works.
Rakas says, "Are you crazy? Don't go between them." And Keela says, "Go between them. Are you crazy?" All
Yes.
right, Rakas, you're up.
Do the carts not go first?
Oh yes, they do. I keep forgetting that. But so this one is still. It's probably going to try to scoot under the protection of the wall. This one is going to try to get closer, since it looks like the herd is thinning out.
Perfect. All right. Raquel has been sort of focused on just narrowly avoiding attacks from the wolf. And then he's glancing between the wolf and the Thornblight, kind of eye lining them up. And when they're in exactly the right position, he has a little sideways grin coming off his beak. And he is going to hold up a wing. And off the wing, there's going to start this little swirl of glowing light. And it's going to magnify into a swirling, like, little fire tornado. He's going to blow on it. And a ray of flame is going to come out, and the flame is going to take like the form of a phoenix, and it's going to fly through the wolf and the blight, and they are going to get hit with Agnazar's Scorcher unless they make some dex saves.
Awesome.
Well, they take damage either way.
Yeah.
But
All right, so Wolf, natural 20.
whoa.
Ooh.
Needle, or the Thorn Blight here, 7. So go ahead and roll that damage.
Woohoo.
All right. The Needle Blight is immolated, and it is just a pile of ash smoldering. The wolf is going to reduce that down to 7. It is very unhappy. It's yammering and smoldering, and you see those vines that are trying to grow back into the wound smolder away, and it cannot heal.
Yeah.
Nyril.
All righty. Nyril is gonna go after this wolf again, and let's go at it with advantage. Please hit. Thank
There
freaking
we
goodness.
go.
That will definitely do it. All right.
Alrighty.
So, and that's one-handed because you got a shield.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 16.
Alrighty.
On the wolf.
Yep.
How do you want to do this?
Nyril is gonna just jam that cutlass down in its neck, and when it's there, then he's just gonna just drive it forward. It's not quite gonna cut the thing's head off, but it's definitely severing wherever its spine is, and it's brutal.
Yeah, it just collapses to the ground, and then instantly you see the green moss and foliage that make up its body begins to wither and turn brown and rot underneath your feet.
That's how you do it.
Anything else?
That's all I can do. I get one attack.
Okay.
What an attack.
And this wolf, is burning in pain, mad with desperation, is going to take another chomp at Rakaw. 18 to hit.
That hits.
Finally lands for, and it is miscalculating the damage. Hang on. I need to start rolling my own dice. That's going to be 11 piercing damage.
Ooh.
Well, that ain't fun.
Oof. Squishy Raven.
It's all right. I think we've done equal damage to each other, so there's a symmetry there.
Mhm. All right. And this twig is going to take another swipe at Nyril. 13 to hit is not going to do it.
Nope.
Theron, you're up.
Okay, let me do a little bit of yardstick in here. Do. Can't quite get me there. So I'm going to, as the wolf goes down, Darren a bit disappointed he didn't get to finish it off after he basically did all the damage to it.
Kill.
I keep moving my map around. It's going to take kind of a wide little detour around this thing and just say, enjoy your friend, I guess. And as he takes off, he snatches his bow off the ground and takes his movement to right here and is going to snap off a shot at the big wolf up here that's made it to our gate.
Okay.
And bonus attack, because as he gets there, he kind of just takes a half a heartbeat to kind of, and then he draws back and takes a shot. So that's going to apply Kinsei shot to it, which is an extra D4.
Okay.
Nice.
If he can hit, obviously.
Yeah. 16 is going to hit.
Nice.
So
Nice.
that's the short bow plus an extra 3, so 8 piercing damage.
How do you want to do this?
Just going to line the shot up, and wants to be cheeky and aim for the head, but doesn't want to take the risk of hitting his bird friend, so he just puts it right under the shoulder there and goes for the heart. It just
All right. So, yeah, you managed to get in there and mess it up, and the wolf shudders to the ground with a rattling sigh, and similarly, it begins to decompose in front of you.
and that's my turn.
And Keela.
All right. Well, seeing now the wolf is dealt with, Keela kind of turns back and sees that there's one little twig blight left, and is going to shoot out with her crossbow. Well, demotivated.
Bum, bum, bum,
Thanks to
bum.
Darren.
Wah.
Ran out of those nat 20s.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
I was due to happen at some point.
I mean, that you did, again, you took a big bite for a little burb or
Yeah,
a bit
I'm
evil. So
hurting. Little Burb is like, ugh.
somewhere
That's good.
Kreia
That's good.
looks up and says, "I feel like I should be making fun of Keela for something right now."
Yeah.
Raka. Unless, what, anything else you want to do?
No, just be in my embarrassment.
Okay.
I think the carts technically go before me.
Yeah, they do. They're just, I mean, they're pretty much already in. This one is going to actually pull in through the open gates of the gatehouse. And there you go.
Yeah. I kind of imagine Raka not being too far away to like kind of push the door open as they just charge through. But regardless of whether he's close enough or not, there is one opponent left on the field, and he will not let that stand if he can help it,
Get
which
him.
he might not be close enough to do. Okay, yes, he is still in range. So we are gonna bring back the crow murder.
Fireball.
That is an 8 on the wisdom save.
Then I will roll me 1d12.
It's actually a 1d8. This thing hasn't been hurt yet.
Oh well.
Oh.
I can re-roll.
Yeah, because you can't get a 9 on a 1d8, unfortunately.
Well, there's 2 damage.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so
Oh.
sad.
That was half its HP.
Woo! Well,
But it is so it is wobbling, and Nyril.
He's gonna
Oh,
slash
no.
at it.
Oh, come on. You can tame it and we'll take it home with us.
All right, how do you want to do this?
hey.
He's sick of these things. He's just gonna just plain sweep clean through it, and then probably
and
like punt with the lower half that remains.
pieces of it just go absolutely flying as you invent the place kick, and as the twigs fall to earth, you look around. The battlefield is calm, and that is where we're going to take a break.
Woo!
So,
Yep.
well done, guys. We will catch you in about 10.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be here, and everybody be back in 10. I'm gonna hang out with chat, and I can finally read what everybody's been saying and interact there. So I'm gonna mute you all and see you back in 10 minutes.
Yep, yep.
Hooray.
Alrighty. That has been really darn fun. Now I get to pull up chat and see what all you've been saying. And I have, several things to shout out here. First off, big shout out to Rain Whisker. Thank you for the follow. You're awesome, dude. So thank you very, very much. Toasty Nuggies gave out 1 gift sub. So thank you very, very much for that. That was, I believe, right at the very beginning, too. I wish I could have shouted it out then, but it just wasn't quite the right time because I was playing. And 2 gift subs from Tafford. Nice. Ha ha ha. I'm scrolling back through everything here. I know it's a little bit of a different stream because I can't interact with you right away. And trust me, I want to. I've been like glancing over at chat, but I can't get involved too much. But I hope you're enjoying so far. I know that Nyril's accent has been wandering just a little bit, but thank you for making it, everybody. Oh, and Sawman made it. Nice. And Mega says we haven't said anything good. I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have. That was a good fight too. So I have never, excuse me, it's not true. I was about to say I've never played a fighter before. I have played a fighter once in one session, and that was Milo, the big gnoll that I was sketching yesterday. But Nyril operates very, very differently than Milo, so very different type of play style. No, it's not over, Nova. We have just hit our break. We just ended a battle. It was our party versus I I'm just trying to remember all the enemies we fought. We fought 2 giant, like, moss and stick wolves, and some walking things that were like throwing needles at us, needles of wood. And there was these little like wooden slinger guys on these carriages that we're trying to protect as they're making their way into Stonemoss Abbey. So we just started the break. We got about another 8 minutes. Yes, there you go, Nova. They are timber wolves. Yes, bad doggos for sure. Oh, there's a sketch in the work in progress channel on the Discord. Let me go check that out. I can't pull it up here, unfortunately. The way I have everything set up, if I try to change anything right now, I'm afraid I'll break it. But I will go take a look at that here. And that is awesome. It's Nairo holding his cask of ale with his name carved in it. I love how the letters are all different sizes too. That is amazing. Oh man. If you guys are not on the Discord already, please feel free to join. Let me grab the link for it here, which is around here somewhere. Wah, wah. And oops, come on. There we go. There is the link for the Discord. So if you're not part of the Discord yet, feel free to join. We're a pretty fun little community. We hang out quite a bit. There's a lot of art going on, some gaming chat and stuff like that. And you can see Quachiri's new sketch. So it's going to be pretty fun. So how are you guys enjoying it so far? Hopefully the overlay has been working out well for you. This is my first time running a stream like this. So I apologize for any mistakes and movement issues and stuff like that. So Slud Metroid says, it's interesting how little events cascade from one character to another to create an Avengers-like team fight where people help each other out. Yes, that is so good. As Rastavar says, it's one of my favorite things about D&D combat, especially when character abilities synergize in interesting ways. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And, you know, it's a bit difficult when you're playing a character class you're not terribly familiar with. And with Fighter, I don't want to say it's a boring class, but sometimes there's only so much you can do. Because, you know, with Nyril, I can attack. And then I can attack. And I can attack. But as characters level up and get more perks, you get more cool things you can do. I'm kind of transitioning from having played a wizard that got up to level 17. So I had access to like crazy awesome spells. And now I've got a sword. Nova says, what was the best combat moment in your last battle? That was probably when, let's see here. We had a few really good ones. I think that when Keela scored a shot with her crossbow that shot straight through one of the Timberwolves, like carving a hole out of it. That was awesome. And it was like starting to knit back together, but it was so damaged it couldn't quite get back together. Another great one is it's just how Rakaw casts his magic. When he's casting Frostbolt and when he uses his magic, he uses it in different ways. He doesn't just cast a Frostbolt. So when he cast Frostbolt, he actually kind of hunched down and whispered something, and then lifted up his wing, and there's this little penguin on ice skates that shot forward and like jump kicked the baddie. And the second one, we twin casted it. It was 2 penguins on sleds that shot out and hit the baddies. That was great. I'm absolutely, I adore the way that Rakaw uses magic. It's so different and so fun. It's the same spells, but they feel fresh and new and different, which is great. And yes, Rastavar has been a fantastic DM Taffer. I really, really love how he's written this out and the poetry and a lot of everything that he's, you know, it's easy to take for granted a lot of the exposition and some of the flavor, but he's put so much work into it, and it is so So good. I love it. Taffer says, that's okay. I can say fighter's boring. Fighter's not boring, though. I'm just eager to get to where I get to make 2 attacks. Yeah, let's get some corn dogs up here in the chat for Rastavar, because he definitely deserves them. I'm going to give a couple corn geese, too. Boink. Yeah. But no, Nyrul's pretty fun. At some point, I'll get his accent actually like locked down properly. Says Nyrul, corn. All like bloody needs a sword. Yeah, it was supposed to be a Jason Statham. I don't know where all it's going at this point, but it's fun. Oh no! The corn dogs did not appear for Nova. So we did play a kind of 0 session just to get to know the characters and how the gameplay would go and things like that. And in that one, I think all of us wound up Australian at some point. So yeah, we're not quite Critical Role levels of voicing, but we're having fun. New email says lies. None of us will get these accents down. Yeah, it might be true. That just might be true. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where this story goes. I know a few things because I did the art, but I have not been told a lot of things. So, yep. Yeah, and as Nova says, it's hard not to shift into accents of other players. Yeah, I think once Theron started going Australian, Nyrul also started going Australian, and then we got stuck in the Australian loop. Yeah, you're hearing that my Jason Statham was turning into Hugh Jackman. That's right. That's right, Magus. Oh, it's so strange not having the lo-fi beats behind me. I can fix that. There we go. Although it's only going to be for another minute or so, maybe 2 minutes. I'll give it another 2 minutes here. Why not? I got to pop back into my video section of this chat here. So, and get everything all set back. I'm going to have myself another drink. I got my awesome insulated glass today, which is fantastic. And you guys get to hear me on this microphone, which is different than the normal one I use. I actually think this one is better if I'm like right on it, but I usually am back a little bit. So hopefully the tone is about the same as what you typically hear from me. Alrighty. Everybody there ready to go? Give me a wave if you are. Alrighty. I think we are going to head right back into it here. Let me move all my screens back where they need to go so that I can see what on earth I am doing. That will work, I think. Nope, that's not it. Come on. Learning how to use a new format is kind of a trick. Oh, hey there, Haas. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very, very much. Awesome. We're going to head right back into the game here. So, here we go. And I'm going to unmute everybody and kill the music. All right, we are back.
All right, and welcome back, everybody. Great job with your first battle. As the dust settles, the 2 wagons rattle their way through the gates into the grounds of Stonemoss Abbey, much the worse for wear. You trail after them, and the guards make the gates secure. You follow them in, and as they reach the abbey itself, they begin to unload. You see almost a dozen people packed into each of these carts. There's a family of Gerbine, a woman and her 6 children. There are a couple what look like Maypac fishermen, one of them with a nasty head wound bandage. He seems to be almost unaware of what's going on around him. There's a Vulcan who is driving one of the carts, who is wearing the badge of the Ember Guard. And he and the Gerbine mother appear to be the ones pretty much in charge of what's going on, and quickly are helping the wounded off to the infirmary. Some brothers and sisters of the Abbey emerge with healing salves and bandages to see to the worst of the wounded. And the Fox, who himself is wounded, he has a sling around one arm, a few gashes that have been hastily sutured, waves off the medics. I have to talk to someone. I've got to warn them. Are there any Ember Guard around?
Kayla kind of raised a little wing. little weakened, but
Right.
yeah,
Names.
I'm Ember Guard.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Name's Roshi. Roshi Cindertail. Eastwatch.
Eastwatch. I haven't heard from you guys in a while. What's going on out there?
Well, nothing good, I can tell you that. We've been trying to get in contact with someone, but we've been overrun. A bandit army like none we've ever seen before. Commanded by... I've never seen anything like him either. Looks like a stag, but he's a monster. The things he can do. Those creatures that were set on us. Well, that's only the half of it. And the Gerbine mother toddles forward with one of her infants in arms. He's half tree himself. His arm and half his face covered in bark. Moss and leaves growing in his antlers. He commands plants, makes thorns and briars grow, makes trees move and tear down buildings. And his bandits, as if he needed an army on top of that. We didn't stand a chance. They overran the Eastwatch Tower. Then moved on to Shimmernet. We tried to defend it, but they outnumbered us. We're fishers and net menders. We weren't meant to fight like this. The Eastwatch did what they could, but if it were battle, then Shimmernet would be burned to the ground. And then Amadea Creel. And you see tears welling up in her eyes. And the Roshi, biting his lip, takes over.
What happened to her?
The stag, Lorik Thornheart, he offered terms of single combat. He said if he were defeated, he would leave us alone. But if he were victorious, we must surrender.
We had no other chance. No choice. We could not fight them. So Captain Krill, she volunteered. She faced him. He was toying with her. He let her strike him several times. Didn't even faze him. The wounds closed over in seconds. And then he struck with his sword, ran her through the heart. It was a fatal blow, but then he cast some kind of spell. He drew out the sword and she drew breath again. And she looked up and kneeled before him. She's with him now.
So we're dealing with what? Necromancer?
I don't know, it's beyond me.
Never heard of anything like that. Captain Krill. Oh,
This stag. He done appear to us too, down in Taproot Hall. Emerged clean out of the roots, he did. Told us we had 3 days to surrender. That we should look to the east for a sign, and I'm guessing that were you.
Don't much like being some warlord's messenger boy. What are we going to do?
Said he had bandits. How many you reckon?
At least 500.
500?
Biggest crowd we've seen in these parts in a long, long time.
Ain't nothing out there to support a group of 50, let alone 500. Where'd they come from?
Well, they've got Shimmernet's bounties to support them now, says the mouse. They took all our stores, our fish, our grain. An army like that marches on its stomach. And the fox adds, which means they'll be going after more. Probably looking further east. The farmlands. Maybe even Maple Crest.
he said
Aaron's
they're
ears perk up
in
when he hears
3 days.
Maple Crest.
If they're on their way here, then Maple Crest, Quillberry, all of it's in danger.
Have any scouts been sent to Maple Crest to warn them what's happening?
I don't know. We ran in every direction. I hope some of them made it. We should speak to the abbot. And
Yes. Captain Stoneweather, she's here. She'll know what to do. We can send scouts. Something. At least to warn people.
So you see behind you Skola Stormweather and Kreia close behind, along with a number of other Ember Guard, come rushing in. They lend a hand with the wounded. They bring you all inside, and you have the ability, you have the chance to relay everything you've heard. Abbot Bartimaeus listens gravely.
Well, Stonemoss has weathered such assaults before. It seems like it will have to defend itself again. At times like this, we look to the bravery of Abbey dwellers and woodlanders alike, like yourselves. You proved yourself quite capable at the wall. I think we might have use for this sort of skill, if you are willing.
Of course. But
I'm willing. I've had plenty of experience with bandits before. Could probably be a proper good use to you.
I've pledged my life to the Emperor Watch. Of course I'm willing.
Beats,
500 bandits!
beats naming seasons.
Sage Rakar, I certainly cannot ask you to undertake a perilous mission on our behalf as a newly come guest, but your expertise may be valuable. If you will but listen to my proposal, I think you will agree this is not an ordinary foe who threatens us. We must seek extraordinary means to defeat him. Please, walk with me.
And he is going to head into the Abbey, past the Great Hall to one of the chapels off to the side, place where he has delivered many homilies for the edification of the people of Stonemoss. You see the stained glass windows, the pews, the kneeling stools, and prominently across one enormous wall, a resplendent tapestry of brilliantly illuminated scenes and depicting the various deities of the Amaranthine in a circle, and at the center, the figure of a mouse with brown fur in a green tabard and chainmail, wielding a beautiful sword in combat with an enormous, loathsome serpent.
Tristan the warrior is, of course, familiar to all dwellers of the Shirewood. Sage Rakar, you may only have heard of him in passing. He was a founding member of this abbey, left his mark on it. He decreed that it should be a place of refuge in times of trouble, should our land be threatened as it is now. But he was born east of here, in the region now known as Quillberry. His remains are interred at the Cathedral of the Amaranthine in Maplecrest. And with them, his sword, the sword of Gaspard. What do you know of this sword?
He looks around at all of you. Oh, I think you're muted there, Tao.
Gotta flip the microphone down. It auto mutes when you have it up.
Ah, okay. Well, that is a great question. What do I know of this sword?
So you actually, I would say roll a religion check here. Okay, so of the sword specifically, really not much, because this is a completely different tradition from what you're familiar with. However, Gaspard, you are very aware of him. He is an ancestral hero of the Gerbine, a rabbit who rose up against incredible odds to defend his people with such valor that he was elevated into the ranks of the Amaranthine. And since then, he has always been a champion to the small, the underprivileged, and the underdogs. So you can guess that this sword would be a tool of liberation to the oppressed.
I am familiar with the legend of the wielder. Not so much the tool itself, but I think the wielder's character is enough. I understand what you propose.
The sword was a gift from Gaspard to Tristan. Was laboring in his field at the time, trying to keep up with outrageous demands of tribute. He took up the sword and, with it, a rebellion, and freed all of Embershire from the grip of tyranny. Not just the colonel of the Perch Guard, Rustwing, but also the serpent who had overthrown his mind.
And he gestures toward the tapestry.
The serpent Azrael was the true villain. No ordinary serpent, he was a creature of elemental evil, and quite impervious to ordinary weaponry. But the sword of Gaspard is no ordinary weapon. It carries a magical virtue that can cut through magical defenses, sever enchantments, and put to an end things that should not be. If anything can overcome this Lorik Thornheart, whatever he may be, I believe that sword can do it. We will ready our own defenses. 500 bandits. We can weather such a storm. Lorik, that may be another thing entirely. This requires a different kind of heroism. It may require the four of you. Will you take on this quest? Will you journey to Maplecrest, to the Cathedral of the Amaranthine, and recover the sword?
You get that sword in my paw, I'll make a table out of this half-wood stag.
Aaron kind of cuts a glance over towards Nyrel. Like, just kind of almost in amusement, but kind of almost like, really? The sword in the proper hands, yes, would be quite a boon against this foe. He kind of cuts a glance back and then looks back towards the abbot.
Indeed. Legend has said that the sword has chosen its wielder in times of need, as it chose Tristan. I do not know which of the four of you it will choose this time. Theron, you have trained since childhood, in the tradition that Tristan started. Keela, you have roamed the woods of the Shire, protecting its people, and you bear a mark of the Amaranthine yourself. Nyrel, you journey to us from Humblewood with your own experiences, your own past, but perhaps a brighter future. And recall, perhaps not a wielder of swords by nature, yet your wisdom, your connection to the divine may be exactly what we need. My blessings upon all four of you. The blessings of the Amaranthine go with you. If you leave today, you could reach Maple Crest by nightfall. But I would recommend that you take some time to rest from your skirmish first. We will assemble some supplies for you. Anything you need from the Abbey stores, of course, we will provide.
Yeah, but if we wait till morning, that means it's quite possible that this Lorik and his crew will get there before us.
I leave that decision to you.
They're at Shimmernet. If they're on their way here, I hate to agree, but we should make haste.
I say we resupply and head to Maple Crest as quick as possible. If they run in bandits with them, there's sure scouts there already.
I shall make preparations for your departure. Happily, there is a goodly amount of food laid by. You will be eating well.
All right, so you do have some time while preparations are made. So first of all, you all have the opportunity to take a short rest, if you choose.
I might take you up on that.
I'm gonna use some hit die.
Probably not a bad idea.
Let's.
And then any sort of mundane upgrade that you want to make. Some things may not be available, but you could certainly ask if there's any supplies that you would like to take with you.
Really?
The agony of a 1 when rolling hit dice.
9 will get me where I need to be.
I'm just gonna take the short rest and see if they come through. I don't think the hit dice are automatically rolled, despite the fact that they said they did now.
Yeah, I think
one at a
they're
time.
I'm using 2, so we'll get 1 going and 2 going. Hey, I'll take that. Oh, little man, this is here.
so
We'll take
for
the
the benefit of our audience. Let's go ahead and do a hit point check.
I am at full health, 28.
I'm back to full health, 21.
Yeah, I'm back up to full at 20.
24.
Fantastic. All right. Anything you guys want to try to pick up?
Nothing for Rakaw. I think he's basically going to spend this hour, aside from getting a little bit of snack and drink, communing with those who are either frightened or scared or injured or otherwise kind of traumatized by what happened, and trying to counsel them and offer prayers or other kinds of guidance as best he can.
Good guy, Raven.
Are there healing potions?
So, as the care packages are being assembled, each of you will receive 2 common healing potions. So there are herbalists in the Abbey who are able to brew these sorts of potions. They do not come cheaply. And of course, they're anticipating they may need a lot of them in the near future. So they are hard to work, and you've got the first batch.
I was trying to
You
find.
said 2 of them.
Yes, each of you get 2. As you're packing, Keela, Kreia approaches you, carrying something in a bundle. So you're really going off to dig an old knife out of a hole?
Well, from what I've been hearing, it's best chance we got.
Well, I guess someone will have to do the real work while you're out joyriding, but
I'm sure the Abbot and everyone else here will greatly appreciate you, though.
well, I'm not going to be sticking around here. I have to head east. Someone's got to take a look at the state of Shimmernet and the Eastern Marches.
It makes sense. Just be careful out there, okay? You know, I don't think
always
either of
careful.
us are. I know you are.
You watch
But-
yourself too, Pipsqueak. I heard you took a nasty shot out there at the wall top. Should have been
Yeah.
there.
No, you had the people in here to handle. It's you can't always be there, and I appreciate when you are, though.
Well, maybe I can't always be there, but this can.
And she shoves the bundle into your arms, almost knocking you over. You unfurl it, and you find a set of studded leather armor.
Nice.
Wow.
Had an old one knocking around. Had to take it in a little bit to account for your shrimpy physique.
Well, I thank you. I really don't know what to say.
Just come back, sis. And
I will.
maybe let me take a swing with that great big bloody knife.
You got it. Definitely.
And she's going to give you a swift hug.
Hila definitely returns it. Just quick pat-pats.
And then judo throw to the ground, and then she leaves.
Ah,
Rakal will reach out a wing to help Keela stand up again.
Thanks. Should have saw that coming. Always pulls that.
All right, so you are all provisioned, and you are ready to get going. Among your provisions is a nicely detailed map of
Ooh.
Embershire, which you are seeing on your screen right now.
ooh.
We
Ooh.
haven't done this sort of travel in one of our campaigns yet.
Oh.
So just to orient you, each of these hexes is 3 miles across and will take 1 hour of travel at a normal pace. You can choose to go quickly, in which case it'll only take 45 minutes, or you can choose to go slowly, which will also give you the benefit of stealth. That will take 1.5 hours to cross one of these hexes. So starting at Stonemoss Abbey, you have 4 hexes to traverse in order to make it to Maplecrest. So you can choose your route.
No.
Is the only
thinking-
bridge there the one that we're seeing on the map right
Yeah.
here?
That's
Yeah, that is the nearest bridge.
okay.
There are places where you could potentially ford or take a boat.
I've played enough Oregon Trail to know we don't need to be fording our wagons.
I just didn't know if
Yeah.
there was a river crossing, like ferry.
That's what I
here
was
at
thinking.
Riventry.
Yeah, Riventry, if they had some sort of crossing. I would say
Uh.
go through Riventry first and go fast, because at least we know that that's a town and more or less it should still be safe as opposed to the open. But
Yeah,
So
it's-
yeah, I
Why
mean,
get across
it
fast?
it makes sense. You could find your way. You could find your way to a crossing through Rivendree if you wish. And then you could also, if there are any supplies you needed to stock up on there, anyone you wanted to see.
I think Rakaw would recommend passing through Quillberry Farm, if for no other reason than to provide some kind of warning about what they know and what's coming.
Well, we can actually hit up both. Can hit up Rivendree, go that northern path
Yeah,
down to Quillberry and then into Maple that way.
Yeah.
we could drop word off at Rivendree what's going on too.
It's probably a good idea as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's no advantage to a more direct hex path. I mean, it's whatever, just the abstraction. It's going to take you an hour at normal pace to get through any of these hexes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it is already afternoon when you set out. So if all goes well, you can expect to be reaching Maple Crest by evening.
Alrighty.
If all goes well.
It's rather ominous, isn't it?
Well,
If you're not set upon by hordes of doom.
well, to Rivendree first then, I suppose.
All right. So
I think Nyrel's going to haul that cask back to his place in Rivendree.
See, we have to stop and let you drop that off. That's the biggest important quest.
of course.
If nobody else objects, I think Rakaw would like to be keeper of the map.
I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Fun,
God
buddy.
doesn't need a map.
And before you leave, the abbot is actually going to give you another word.
No.
We do not know where this Lorik has come from, but he called himself a knight protector of Alkheim. Alkheim was lost in the Great Calamity 200 years ago. Servants are known to be quite long-lived. I have never known one to live that long. Keep your wits about you. Strange things walk out of the Ashlands. Go with peace, my children.
And blessings of the sky upon you, Abbot.
And blessings of the catbutt.
It's not what I wanted to see tonight. There you go.
All right. So Rivendree is a pretty small village, but maybe about 600 to 800 people strong. And it is close enough to Stonemoss Abbey that the two communities are almost one. Many of the brothers and sisters of Stonemoss travel to Rivendree to offer their services, and people of Rivendree frequently travel up to the Abbey to study or to learn their trades or to ply their wares.
And drink the ale.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely a market. Even though it's a small village, it's well appointed, very comfortable, very cozy, and easy to see why it attracted someone like Nyrel looking for a quiet place to settle down. It has its share of artisans. There is a blacksmith. There is an herbalist, an apothecary, if you wish to pause, or if you would just wish to leave your news and keep going.
I think Nyrel will recommend that everybody, pack essentials and things they need and extra food and prepare to flee to the Abbey in case people attack. He will kind of work with the kind of town's guard network that he's ingratiated himself in to advise him what happened. And odds are some of them already know, because word's already spread from Stonemoss about the strange appearance in Taproot Hall. but he's basically going to inform them, make sure you have a bug out bag in effect and be ready to go, and take extra food because there's going to be a lot of people there.
Oh, yes. And throughout the history of Stonemoss and Riventree, this has happened before, that the village has emptied into the Abbey before some great threat, whether from bandits or from some natural disaster. So yep.
You mentioned an apothecary.
Mhm.
Are they currently open, and do they have anything potentially of interest for sale and or trade or donation?
All right, so you
Just a quick
find
stop.
a small apothecary shop that is run by a dove, a luma, with a very prominent. Well, actually, let's call them a quail. Very prominent looping feather over her forehead, and she clasps her wings with delight as you come in. Oh, and welcome to the Two Feathers Apothecary. How may I help you today?
Greetings, lady. We are a small group of travelers heading to Maple Crest, expecting trouble. We are concerned and are looking to ensure we are equipped for our travels. Do you have anything we might avail ourselves of?
Oh, well, have a number of salves and ointments to ease small hurts and bruises. A few healing potions, though, of course, those are going to be a little more expensive. I might have a few resistance potions still in stock. Anything in particular you were looking for? Any particular kind of hurt you want to protect yourself from?
Unfortunately, we don't know much about what we face. The only thing we do know is we recently fought some strange plant creatures. Very thorny, very natural. I'm not sure if acid is among the types of attacks we will face, but I would certainly consider buying an item or two that would protect us from it if you have them.
I think I do have some acid resistance here. Though I also have some weed killer.
Ha ha ha! Ah, I think if that's in sufficient quantity, it may be useful.
Right. Well,
Does she actually have like some kind of weed killer bomb?
so what she shows you is she has a few vials of a sort of sickly-looking yellowish fluid that with a prominent skull and crossbones printed on the label. That is very effective against unwanted plants. And you can apply this to a weapon, whether a sword strike or a crossbow bolt or arrow, and that would take a bonus action. And then the plant will have vulnerability against that attack.
Mm. How much those go for?
20. Well, ordinarily these are pretty dear, but I might be able to, considering the urgency of your quest, I might be able to let them go for 25 gold each.
Nyril kind of steps back a bit. That's more than he's got.
Way more than Keela has as well.
Yeah, I think
Oh.
I don't know what everybody's mutual currency is, but it certainly sounds like these are too rich for our individual blood. We might be able to pool and pick up one. So if you guys are into that idea, then Raka will donate what he has.
Yeah. I'd be down for that.
Okay. Well, I can contribute 10 gold to the purchase.
I'll throw 10 gold at it.
I'll get the other 5.
Here.
9 and 5.
Yeah, I'll put in the other 5.
Oh, okay.
All right. Pleasure to do business with you folks. And she's going to hand over 1 vial of weed killer, which you can add as a custom item until I brew it up for you.
It's
that
not going
just
to be any. It's not going to be any use for me to hold it. So whoever else wants it, feel free.
Is that just for 1 attack? Or is it for the...
It is for, it's for 1 attack.
Seems like if somebody could, really benefit from hitting really hard one time, say maybe with a sneak attack, it'd probably be most beneficial on them.
I'd agree.
I'm not putting that on my sword.
So
Crazy.
Huh? Could work
It
on
is-
a crossbow bolt.
it is for 1 attack, but there is enough in the bottle for 3 applications.
Cool.
Cool.
I think after the transaction, Raka is going to, nudge the bottle in Keela's direction and say, "Lady Keela, may your bolts do great damage upon our foes."
We can certainly hope so.
Just do be careful. It is an eye irritant.
Oh,
Uh,
that's important for the person who shoots.
I do have prestidigitation available just in case.
Do you have
I
any
don't-
flask of
I don't
oil?
truck with that alternative health stuff.
Does she have any flask of oil?
Oh, yes, of course, certainly.
What do those run us?
Let me look that up. That's just 1 silver.
Yeah, I'll grab like 10 of them.
Oh, yeah. And there's a little bit of a general store vibe also. There are some lanterns.
Yeah, it's a good idea, actually. How much is a lantern?
Yeah.
What do you want? You want hooded, bullseye?
Let's do a, let me get a hooded lantern. Actually, no, let me get a bullseye. Let me get a bullseye lantern.
Right, you are. Bullseye lantern is gonna be 10 gold. Hooded is 5. It's the lenses, they're expensive.
We're going to spotlight some deer. All right, so I have a bullseye lantern. Probably wouldn't hurt to have a hooded one too, but I didn't bring enough money with me to get both.
I've got torches. They do well enough for me.
Yeah, torches are cheap too.
Mhm. Yeah, Nyrol, as he was back in his place dropping off the cask, he picked up his own shield as well as his patrol bag, which is his kind of regular adventuring gear.
Alrighty.
So,
Anything else you'd like to do in Riventree?
Raka, I think, aside from just passing along word to the town, Raka has nothing.
Okay.
Yep.
So you managed to make arrangements with the ferryman, and it's a muskrat.
Sure, I can take you across. It'll be 1 silver apiece.
That's fine.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I spent all my gold at the
I got him.
apothecary.
I gotcha.
Thank you kindly, mon capitaine.
And they so you make the crossing uneventfully, and you are on the plains of what's the breadbasket of the Shirewood. This the space between the rivers is incredibly fertile, and there are many farms scattered across it, of which Quillberry is one. It's a cluster of farms that are owned by a very extensive family of hedges. So it is. So the way we're going to do this is one person is going to. Well, I'll say 2 people can take point. One person in front, one person in back, and get a perception check from each of you as you travel.
I think Keela will actually take front point.
Okay. And
I
Nyril
can
can take up the rear.
You want to do it? I can do it if you don't want to.
What's my perception? You should probably do it.
All right, I'll take the roll for front. Okay.
Nice. 18. That's
Why do you?
All right, so you make your way across rolling fields of high grasses, finding your way down paths that have been worn by travelers on this way before. And it is, the sun is high. It's fairly hot. You hear the distant chirping of the woodhoppers in a few stands of trees, and droning of cicadas. And you see Keela, as you're looking around, you do see a number of freewheeling vulture flies. Very high soaring insects that are always on the lookout for carrion.
Does it look like they're circling something, or are they just kind of broadly kind of patrolling, I would say, more than...
Really just patrolling, but
Okay.
there are a lot of them. And the hour passes, and you are able to cross this hex without incident. Make your way into the Quillberry Farm hex. And you've been going off the beaten path. You're able to travel through some wild country. And it's very sparse. You're not encountering any other bird folk or humble folk on the way. But you see ahead of you some of the gently turning windmills, some smoke from cook fires as we're getting toward early dinner times, and a few distant rolling fields of grain. You're picking your way through a copse of trees, and I'd like another round of perception checks from whoever is in front and whoever's behind.
Okay.
We're gonna do better this time.
All right.
Oh my!
No. Oh no, not one. No.
Oh my
Guys are
lord!
they're not kind tonight.
Theron is very preoccupied right now.
I mean, he does have Nyril right in front of him, and Nyril looks good. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
I think Theron's probably talking to himself for not being able to get the kill on that first wolf after he was.
That has been
into it,
rankling,
so, yeah,
actually.
Oh, yeah.
The chat did name those timber wolves.
Oh, yeah, good.
Oh,
Yep.
Nicely done,
Okay.
chat. All right,
give chat inspiration.
gladly. So,
Give them a corn
Keela,
dog.
Yes.
you're picking your way forward, and you see that you are approaching a road, and on the other side of it, a field. It looks like you're coming upon a farm, but you hear some raised voices ahead. One half very demanding and guttural, the other half frightened and protesting.
Hmm. Can I sneak a little closer to see if I can get a look at the whoever is
Sure.
speaking?
So what are the others of you doing? Are you just holding back and letting her
Yeah, I mean, she
scout off
definitely
ahead?
like lets them gives
Yeah.
them hand
Yeah,
signal. It's like
Theron's actually kind of just lost in thought right now.
Rakat, being very unstealthy, is just going to let the stealthy scout do her thing.
Mm-hmm. And Nyrel's watching. His ears are up, listening as best he can. But when he saw the signal to hold, he's gonna obey it.
All right. So Keela, go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Yee.
Got this.
It's always the cringing. All right, I'll take that.
Woohoo! 19.
That is pretty good. All right. You creep your way forward, and you indeed see a farm sprawling out ahead, and there is a family of hedges, a man and a woman, and two children, a boy and a girl, standing out in front of their property, and they are surrounded by some very rough-looking individuals. You see a couple weasels, a ferret, and a stoat, all of them armed to the teeth and heavily armored. And leading them, despite being smaller than any of the rest, is a very stout and savage-looking black rat in studded armor with a coiled whip at his side. You get closer, you can... or do you want to venture closer?
Ooh. You know what? No, I think I want to sneak back to the other three and let them know what I've seen. And get a group opinion as to how we should proceed.
All right.
So it's saying there's 5 of them down there. Niall's gonna kind of take a peek and see if there's any way we can get around them, but I don't know if there's any good vantage point for that. 5.
So you're far enough away that you could definitely potentially try to skirt this farm entirely. And
I mean,
Oh, we could carve them up and
Rat.
question them.
we really should help the hedges.
You said this rat had a whip? Tell
Yes.
me more about what he looked like.
He's awful looking, rather rough. Black fur?
Is he short?
Oh, yes.
well, not compared to Keela.
His companions.
What the bloody hell is he doing here?
You know him.
I hope it's not him, but I might. I think Nyral's going to want to try to go in for a closer look.
No many bandits, do you?
Let's see here. Perch Guard irregulars, what do you think we dealt with?
Okay.
Bandits. Yeah. Gold Star.
We normally kill them here. We don't deal with them.
Well, by deal with, I mean kill.
And apparently you didn't do a great job on that one.
You know what? I'm just going to go get a closer look. So Nyral does want to sneak a bit closer. He knows exactly what he's looking for, so he might not have to get as close as Keela did. But
Okay, so is Nyril going alone?
He'll probably kind of go with him, just so that he's not alone.
All right. Keela, I will let your stealth check ride. Nyril, I will need another check.
oh boy.
Sorry.
You're really good at these.
Oh, excellent. There we go.
18.
All right. So you. Let's see. I'm actually going to bring you into the map
All right.
as you get a little closer.
Do, 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 do.
Okay.
So creeping through the trees, you see the road dead ahead, which branches off past a stone and wood fence into a nearby farm. There's a cottage and a stable outside which there's a pack beetle that's sort of pawing nervously at the soil beneath it. And gathered around the cottage, you see the woman and her who's standing protectively with her paws back to hold the two children back, and the man who is clutching a pitchfork defensively as he's menaced by these bandits. You see Nyril, a familiar-looking silhouette, and he sort of turns around and paces back as he's toying with his prey in a very familiar way. You're surprised to see an eye patch covering his left eye.
Seems like he ain't been so lucky since I last crossed paths with him. Wish he could have been a bit less lucky still. If I know him, he's gonna kill that family. I'd rather not lose them.
We have to do something. Can't let that happen.
We need the others. Tell you what. You get them, bring them in. I'm gonna go forward, play distraction. When you get a shot, take out one of those fellas with the crossbow. Get the ranged ones first. And tell that big blackbird to do the same.
Got it.
As far as Theron goes, well, I'm sure his ego will figure out what to do.
She just kind of shrugs off that comment because, okay. And then makes her way back to the other two. And definitely realize the plan.
I think Nyril is going to want to sneak closer. He's going to wait till the others are at least, not too far away. But he's going to want to sneak. Oh, I got to use the right tool. He was going to want to move up to about. Is this still in cover here?
Yes. So with your stealth check, you're able to pick your way closer and stay under those trees. So that's not, they're trees, they're not bushes, but you can find some cover there.
Okay.
And As you get closer, you do hear voices, including the very familiar gruff voice saying, "Now, I don't know how many times I can explain this to you, but this isn't a request. We are in charge now, and it is only fitting that you, as responsible citizens, provide a fitting tribute to your new rulers. Now, if you can't provide some materiel in the form of food, supplies, other comforts, you could always provide a little manpower. We're always recruiting." And he turns toward the two children, and the woman shuffles them further back onto the porch. The hedge says, "I told you, the summer's been hard. It's been hot. We were meant to go to the feast to bring back a little more to lay by, but look, half these crops are wilted. We have to have enough to last us through the winter. If we give you what you're asking, we'll starve. Have a little mercy." "Oh, right. Mercy. That's what I've always been about. Maybe you ought to stop thinking about surviving the winter. Think about surviving the next 10 minutes, savvy?"
I think at this point, Nyril is going to approach, walking up, a little bit casually to just outside the fence.
While he's doing that, Theron is going to sneakily move, or stealthily move,
Mm-hmm.
up.
All right.
Forward. So that would be half his movement?
Yes, so I'll need a stealth check from Theron.
Nyril is going to clear his throat to draw attention to himself, though.
Okay, roll with
been
advantage, Theron, as you are getting some cover from Nyril's help. All right.
Keela is going to prep a crossbow bolt and is going to fire as soon as basically Nyril gives a signal.
Yeah, Nyril's, he's going to clear his throat to get the rat's attention. Go.
Turns around.
I think you said fitting tribute. I think you'll find that ram back in their outhouse.
And, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that's where he's leaving that comment.
Who bloody asked you, long it? Well, bless my whiskers. Nyril Forms. I thought you kicked the bucket ages ago.
Oh, no. That's Captain Nyril Forms to you.
Captain? Who died and made you captain?
Well, if you don't leave these fine people alone, you might find out firsthand.
Really? Well, it'll take a lot more than a washed-up rabbit in a red rag to scare us off. Now, of course, if you were looking for a new line of work, I might be willing to take you on as an understudy. The new boss, he's something else.
Yeah, so I've heard. Half furniture, But you know, I suppose that what with missing that eye, you might not have caught that part. How'd you lose that one then? It's rather fitting.
Badge of office, so to speak. My lossy eye. I got something else in return.
And he tips up the eye patch, and you see a wooden eyeball, but one strangely lifelike, and in fact moving independently of the other eye. And it is actually trailing over in the direction of Theron. Around the eye socket, you see veins of green, bits of plant material that have been merged with the socket. And there is a faint eldritch green glow inside the pupil.
Well, I mean, you were always ugly, but wouldn't really call that an improvement. I think I'll be sticking with mine, Mouse.
Well, you always were slow on the uptake. Now, why don't you clear out? Let us do our job. Or I'll show you exactly what I can do these days.
And he's going to shake out his whip.
Real quick, while this conversation was going on, Theron was going to kind of start lowering to the ground. His ears were going to start to pin back just a little bit, almost appearing, almost like a hint of feral to him. And I was going to cast Ambush Prey. It's a racial ability.
Ooh.
You channel primal predatory energies to perfectly conceal your presence in order to surprise your target. You become invisible for the spell's duration, granting advantage on all dexterity stealth checks to remain hidden. The invisibility will last for the duration of the spell. However, moving 5 feet or more from your position will end the effect. And as long as I remain invisible, the first attack against any target unaware of my presence does an extra d6 of damage.
Okay. So,
Well, I think as Ratty there takes out his whip, Keela's going to shoot at his friend over here.
Nice.
okay. And you are... So you will take this shot with advantage.
Some hidden sneaky. Here we go. I will take that.
Nice. Nat 20. Booyah.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Let's do
The burb is on fire.
Burbs. So, no sneaky though. But, so.
Would it not be sneak attack? 'Cause you are hidden. I mean,
Anytime you have advantage, you have a sneak attack.
Excellent. Okay. Do you want me to roll a second time for the critical, or do we just want to?
Let's see. Yeah, so that is going to be an extra 1d8 and an extra 2d6.
Oh, okay. We'll just roll them here then. 1d8, 2d6. Huh?
there we go.
Better.
Nice.
Ooh.
This bolt takes him through the throat, and he is instantly down.
Oh, wow.
Nyril just smiles, looks right at the rat, and says, Scrag, when have you ever known me to travel alone?
And Scrag stumbles backwards and shouts, "Form up!" And we're going to roll initiative.
Excellent.
I have my token selected.
Select your token.
Okay.
Dang it, I didn't do it again. I forgot we changed maps. Oh, sorry. I still got a 17.
Ooh.
Hey, that's not bad for somebody with Rakah's dex.
The fight's gonna be over before I go.
Well,
That
now
was an
I forgot to
awesome
select my
shot,
tokens.
by the way.
Yeah.
That was just
How
incredible.
could you?
Yep.
That's unheard of. We would
Oh, yes.
never.
Oh man.
Yeah, sorry. Next time you tell us to roll initiative, tell us to click our portraits first, our characters
I will
first.
try to do that. All right.
That's
So-
my bad.
And
All
then
right.
tokens.
So first up is Scrag.
Nyril
Ooh.
is not on the list.
Oh,
He's not.
And you got a 17.
okay.
Oh.
That's what I get for doing Scrag's voice. Anyway,
It's
so
a good
Scrag
voice.
immediately shakes out his whip, and he has at his side a small ceramic vial. There is at the end of the whip a wickedly curved barb, which he slips into the vial, and then shakes the whole whip out.
Oh.
That is his bonus action, and he is going to advance within 15 feet. And he's going to take some whip attacks at Nyril from this range.
15. Wow.
Yep.
That's a long
It's a
whip.
long old whip. So that's going to be 15 to hit
Nope.
and a 14 to hit.
Nope. I think Nyril's going to be pretty quick on the shield with both.
Yeah, so the barb clatters across the shield and does not land. So next up will be, I can't even see what that token is.
That's me, probably.
Well, I think something got
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's
given
Keela.
a turn that shouldn't have.
Oh, that's right. You got your DM screen.
Oh. The sneaky one.
Forbidden knowledge.
Oh, well, that's supposed to be one of the thugs. So he is going to charge up to Nyril,
Uh-oh.
and he's going to take a couple swings at you with his mace.
Oh boy.
Both 18s.
Both are going to hit.
Ooh.
3 bludgeoning and 4 bludgeoning.
Ow.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Up next is Keela.
There we go. I'm going to aim and fire at the other crossbowman.
All right. And just so for the record, you are no longer hidden.
Okay. Would I be at least my bonus action to hide first?
You can give it a try. You're going to have to move.
I am gonna have to move. Probably not very far though. Let's go over to the other tree. This one. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll stealth.
Okay. Do that first. Nah.
Okay.
Oh.
Not so sneaky this
Aw.
time around. That's okay. I can still shoot at him regularly then. We're just not
That's
hidden.
an 8.
Alright, well,
Come on,
not so
nat
sneaky,
20.
but oh, come on. Now the dice
Aw.
don't love me. See?
Yeah. So as you settle in to take your shot, you startle a cicada. And of course, in keeping with the scale, this thing is about 2 feet long, and it
Like a
lets out a
house.
really loud. and then flies away. Sounds like a truck horn. And that startles you, unfortunately, and the bolt goes
Oh
wide.
my goodness, that's great. All right, yeah, that ends my turn because nothing else is happening.
All right, Nyrol, you're up.
Okay, Nyral's going to go right at this guy that attacked him. So let's hit him. 12 probably doesn't hit, does it?
It actually does.
Holy crap.
Nice.
Woohoo.
Nice.
It's one-handed, so that's 8 points of damage. And
Okay.
because I've got action surge back, we're going to do it again. Why hold back? 13, hopefully also hits.
Yep, that
That's
also
another
hits.
7 points. So
All right,
that's 15 points of damage.
good quick 1-2. Theron. Unless you Nyrol, anything with your bonus action or movement.
Nothing really I can do.
All right.
So he's going to stay there and keep his shield up and try to be as protected as possible.
All right, I was down at 11.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm not sure what happened there, but so that means it's this crossbowman instead.
Nice.
So he is, after seeing the bolt that took out his buddy, he's going to try to shoot at Keela.
Oh no.
That was a 13 to hit.
That will not hit.
So yeah, you're able to duck out of the way, and it goes thunk into the bark of the tree. And that brings us to the other thug, who is also going to try to get a little bit of that Nyrol action.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, boy.
That's a 15 and a crit.
Ooh, well, the crit hits, 15 doesn't.
Ooh.
Not looking
That'll
forward to
be-
this crit.
9 bludgeoning damage. on the crit.
Ouch.
Oh.
And that
Right.
brings us back around to Scrag, who is going to
Brave Tribune.
skirt
Not
around,
smart, but brave.
leap
Oh,
the
jeez.
fence, and flank.
Oh, dear.
You
Well,
always did have a way of rushing in where you shouldn't. Guess that made two of you.
oh.
And he's going to whip you again.
Oh, boy.
21 to hit.
What?
21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That is 7 slashing damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
No.
Oh, gall. Oh, that's not good.
Unfortunately, no. So you also take an additional 6 poison damage, and
Okay.
you are poisoned.
Oh, hang on. I just accidentally messed up my damage, and it put me into death when I should have had 1 point left.
Okay.
Hang on. And now D&D Beyond is messing up all over the place.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Come on, D&D Beyond. Also, I should note, we have now hit 10 o'clock, and I don't know how long this fight's going to go. So we can either play it out, or I know it's much later for you guys than it is for me. We can leave it on this cliffhanger here and pick up with this fight next Friday.
That is a cliffhanger. Oof.
It is a cliffhanger. The thing is, Scrag does have one more attack.
Oh, crap.
Oh no.
And he is going to come around with his Morning Star and try to bring it down on top of your head.
Oh, dear.
Oh no.
And you got an 8.
Okay, good. He doesn't hit.
Like,
Thank
Woo!
goodness.
No.
Oh, boy.
Maybe you ought to reconsider your life choices. And that's where we're going to hang it up for the night.
Oh,
Hanging
wow.
on the edge of a cliff.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Yowza, yowza, yowza.
oh, man.
wow.
Yeah, wow.
That is,
Yep.
Mm.
God, why did this have to be the fight where I roll so low on initiative? like,
Well,
Darren's just sitting there just being all predatory in the bushes, like, I'm gonna get someone. And just everything's just happening. He's like, "Argh."
he's doing like the cat butt wiggle.
Yeah, he's doing the prep.
That's great.
But, all right. Well, we'll see how this goes and see if Nyril makes it next time.
Oh,
So,
fingers crossed.
yep. Thank you everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you to all my fellow players here. It's been an absolute blast, and we will be back next Friday at 6 p.m. Central Time. So I will see you then. I will be back sooner than that. I will be back on Sunday and Monday and Thursday with more art. Sunday and Monday is going to be full finished character art. Thursday is going to be some sketching. And if those of you in the Minecraft community on the Discord build some new stuff, I will show off new Minecraft stuff on Thursday. But for now, this is going to call it for tonight, and I will see you all later. Good night to my fellow players. Thank you very, very, very much. You can say good night to chat as well if you want.
Night,
Good
chat.
night.
Good night, chat.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
And thank you, Rastavar, for excellent DMing.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rastavar.
this
This
has
has
been a
been
blast.
awesome. These maps are incredible. All your descriptions have been wonderful. This is fantastic. I love it. So thank you so,
The amount of work that's gone into this is just just at the start of it when Rastavar was going in and describing everything, I was just like, oh my lord, this is
No kidding.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely round of applause here.
And you guys are an absolute pleasure to DM for. When we did that practice session, you guys immediately hit it off with the chemistry, immediately with the rivalry between Theron and Nyril, which was fantastic. So I'm really excited to see where this goes.
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to hang out with chat for a little bit and talk to everybody, and I will see you all next week. So,
Right. Good
adios,
night, everybody.
all players.
Good night.
And I'm going to head back to full face. So, here I am, full face in your face. Alrighty. Now I can pull up the chat and hang out with y'all. So that was an absolute blast. I loved that. I knew only a little bit of the storyline going in because I had to know some things to draw some of the characters. But there's been several twists and turns. I was not expecting to meet Scrag yet, so that's going to be quite a bit of fun. But yeah, how y'all doing tonight? Oh, yes. Yeah, and definitely, yeah, the huge round of applause from you guys here in chat for Rastavar too. That was great. DMing has been wonderful. Rastavar is a fantastic DM. So I'm such a tease leaving out a cliffhanger. Well, I got to get you back somehow. Nyril is on 1 hit point and he's poisoned. This is not going to go well. Yeah, Quachiri, I don't know if we have a healer in the group, to be honest. Cobb says, next time on Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, if Nyril can go Super Saiyan, that would be fantastic. Don't think it's going to happen, though. But don't worry, I think I have something that... Actually, no, I can't get out of that. So you guys are going to have these guys are going to have to help. Yeah, we got some healing potions. Nyral's going to have to take one of them immediately. I unfortunately cannot use another second wind. I probably shouldn't have popped that so early, but I got pounded pretty hard in that first fight. So, yep, no cleric, no paladin. That's right, Whiskey. We've got a sorcerer, a rogue, a fighter, and a monk. And I don't know if that monk knows any healing. And if he does, I don't know if he's going to be nice enough to Nyral to give him some. But no, this has been a lot of fun. And thank you everybody for coming out tonight, because, you know, I know a lot of you know me for art and not so much for D&D, but I wanted to really give this a solid go and, you know, have a lot of fun with y'all. So I put in a whole lot of work making everything that you saw as far as the overlays and the artwork and things like that. I didn't make the maps. Rastavar made all the maps, but I did make everything else. And honestly, pushing this back by a week, it was supposed to start last Friday. Pushing it back by this week was a really good idea, because Rastavar and I had both gotten back from vacations, and he was a bit behind. I needed to do a bit more work. You know what? I'm going to put the music back on. There we go. Ha ha ha. So, is that the right music even? That's not even a good song. Let's get to the next song. There we go. That's better. That's Polaroid. That's better. But yeah, we each needed a bit more time, and I spent a lot of time over the last week refining things, refining the artwork, refining the layout, getting to know my buttons and controls and all that. And here's the little piece of magic that makes it all happen. That is my Stream Deck. All my buttons and stuff. So these are how I'm able to swap scenes, swap images, and stuff like that. So for those of you who came in late, the VOD will be available right after this is done, but if you want to watch this in better quality, I will be uploading this episode to YouTube as well in full 1080p. I am recording in that. We're broadcasting currently in 720 because I forgot to change the broadcast setting. Oops. But the full 1080p version will be going up on YouTube probably tomorrow evening or Sunday. I don't know when it'll actually go live, but I will drop a link here in my next stream to it. I'll also be tweeting out the link. It'll be available on the Discord because currently none of you have my YouTube channel yet because I've just set it up. So I'm going to finish setting that up, get this uploaded. I have to wait 24 hours before I can upload anything from here to YouTube per Twitch agreements. But I will be putting it up there in high quality. But if you've missed it and want to go back to the beginning now, you can absolutely watch the VOD. That always helps out. I want to say thank you again very, very much to the new follows tonight and the new subscriptions. Those gift subs were amazing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully everything was still legible in 720p. I was worried about some of the text and worried about some of the tokens. I hope it came across clear enough tonight. My apologies for not getting it in 1080 tonight. Next weekend, or next Friday, will be in 1080. So, Whiskey says one word, maybe two, fireball. Yeah, I don't think that Rakah has shaped casting, so Nyril would kind of be in the middle of that, and it would probably kill him. Generally not good. But yep. Yeah, all these are going to be recorded, and we'll be putting them up on YouTube. And I will also be trickling in some of the speed paints, not speed paints, but time lapses from some of the art that I do as well. So YouTube will become a bit more of a home over time, but Twitch, this is where I'm going to be. This is really where I like being. YouTube is unpredictable. It's good for archiving, but Twitch, that's where you guys are. That's where I want to be. It's going to be good. Oh man, thank you, Whiskey. Thank you very much for the gift sub. All right, to Quachiri as well. Sweet. Thank you, thank you. Black Tongue says, gotta sacrifice the party to the fireball gods. Oh, geez. Well, hopefully we don't have to sacrifice Nyril that way you all can learn what his history is with Scrag, because that's going to be fun. But yeah. So let's see here. I can't really pull up anything else cool right now because of the way I have my stream set up for this game. I have to go now back in and tweak some settings to make it go back to normal. But yeah, it would definitely suck if we lose Nyril in the second session. Absolutely. I don't want to die. And maybe it was a bad idea for him to say, take out the ranged guys first, instead of take out the guys that'll probably attack me. Oh, I couldn't have had a 20 on my initiative. That would have been better. But who knows? You know, that's just the way it goes. And the fun thing about D&D is you can have all these great ideas, and the dice can have completely different ideas. Uh-oh, Rastamar says if I die, you have to kick me off the stream. No. I'll come up with a new character. It'll be Viral Norms. There we go. It'll be Major Viral Norms. There we go. I'll just bring that in. Black Tongue says should have been a swashbuckler. You know, I considered it, but I wanted to go fighter because he's a bruiser, and I have so many plans, so many things I want to do. I just have to actually get the opportunity to get them. So that means I have to not, you know, die. Hopefully Scrag will want to see Nyril suffer, so he won't kill him right away. That's the only thing I'm praying right now. Or a cleric, Quachiri says. Cleric, hint, hint. Nuime says Tyrell Blorms. Black Dog says toss in a porcupine cleric that only heals with touch. Ouch. Or Nova says Nyril Storms, the bard. So I don't really know where Nyril's name came from. I wanted something that sounded kind of British, kind of, you know, Royal Air Force, kind of Long Patrol, and I didn't want to use Nigel, but Nyril had a nice sound to it. And then Forms just immediately followed. So it's just Captain Nyril Forms. But, oh, man. But yeah, I do want to thank Quachiri again for that wonderful piece of little guest art on the Discord. That is super duper awesome. And like I said, if you're not on the Discord and you want to see it, feel free to join the Discord. I think this is still the same link. Yes, it is. So if you want to join the Discord, you can. We do chat quite a bit there. There's art chat, art posting, memes, music, you name it. We got it going on. And we have a community Discord server too. So, not Discord, community Minecraft server. That's it. So if you play Minecraft or want to try Minecraft, it's currently updated to 1.17.5, I think is the most recent version. So that's what we're on now. But, yeah. So, in any case, I am actually starting to get pretty hungry here. I didn't have much of a dinner. I had a bowl of Raisin Bran at like 4 o'clock. So it's been 6 hours. I'm getting the munchies. So I am going to have to go. But until then, thank you so much for being here tonight. It means a lot to me that so many of you showed up. I hope to see you again next time, and tell your friends. You know, if you have friends that like watching live D&D plays, if you have friends that like Critical Role, High Rollers, Acquisition Inc., any of those, tell them about the show here and point them to the VOD or point them to the YouTube video, and, you know, bring them on in next time. The more the merrier. We absolutely loved it. And I loved seeing the chat just keep on going while I couldn't interact with y'all. That was a lot of fun. Noah says, what a hairish reason to wrap up the stream being hungry. Yes. Black Tongue says, come on in for a heel hug from the porcupine healer. I don't know why the porcupine healer is suddenly very, very southern, but oh, he is. He just come on right on in here. I'll just give a big old hug. But I do have to go here. So, unfortunately, I'm not really set up to raid anybody right now. And I don't see anybody on to raid in the same genre on my fast list, so I will have to just leave you with a wonderful end screen tonight. Thank you so much. I have been the Damage, and I've been playing along with Tao Spoons and Nuime and Nomad. I'm sorry, I know them all by their real names. I've been trying not to use real names all night. And of course, Rastavar has been our truly amazing DM. Let's get another round of applause here for Rastavar. That was so much fun, and I look forward to next time. But it is going to have to wait till next time because I got to go eat, and I'm sure you all got to have things you have to do too, and some of you probably have to go to bed. So I will catch you later. I'll be back Sunday with Art. I will see you then. Until then, have a good night. Bye. Oh, that button doesn't work. Let's try that again. Until then, goodbye.